Hey, welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation Township of Whistler, June 15th, 2022. I will start with roll call. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Balmer.
I'm present.
Councillor Goyda.
Present.
And Councillor Spools.
Present.
Excellent. And we'll start our moment of reflection. All right, that concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Whitefox, could you read out the resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please?
The council approves the June 15th, 2022 agenda as circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.4, questions received from council seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spools, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Palmer.
Favor.
Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
And Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right. Do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? None. All right. Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution for the consent agenda, please?
The consent agenda items listed for the June 15th, 2022 council meeting be received for information.
You can move her for that, please.
Sure, move it.
Spools, seconded by Councillor Goyda. All right. Any items you want pulled out? Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'd like to pull out 6.1.1, just the minutes from May 25th council meeting.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Councillor Balmer.
6.1.2, the public meeting minutes from the same date. Oh, no, from, I can't remember the date, but it's item 6.1.2.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Goyda.
I don't have any items. Thank you.
And Councillor Spools.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, we can receive the remainder of those consented items. All in favor for that? Councillor Bailey,
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Palmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goyda,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right, Councillor Bailey, 6.1.1.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't have it up in front of me, but in the minutes, after we had the council meeting, we received some correspondence from the Mill Creek stewards with regards to wording around resolution 2022-184. And it was in regards to the Hardin peer review of the Blue Triton annual monitoring report. And it was suggesting that perhaps we try to broaden some of the wording within the resolution from fisheries to something more broader. So I'm just wondering if that's something we should be looking at doing now, or if it's something we can be leaving in there and dealing with at a later date. I guess I was just looking for any comments after we received that correspondence.
So I had difficulty hearing what you were saying. I don't know if everybody else had the same difficulty, but I believe what you're referencing is Hardin's concerns around fisheries, and that the correspondents thought that there should be a broader term used other than fisheries. So then I'll ask staff if to respond to that if they heard it. Mr. CAO, or I'm not sure who would want to respond to that.
I didn't quite hear that either. Courtney, could you perhaps respond to that?
I believe Councillor Bailey, you were mentioning that the Mill Creek stewards contacted you after the meeting and had some suggestions around the word fisheries being used, and that it could be something broader. I know that we had assistance with this resolution, I believe, from Mr. Davis. I'm not sure if it was Stan or Kyle that assisted, but I believe it was Kyle that had made this suggested wording at the meeting. So I'm not sure I'm not sure about revising it or how council feels, but that's what I heard from Councillor Bailey and just the recap from the last meeting.
So I guess the concern is, does the term fisheries capture impacts on flora, fauna, the birds, the bees? So I feel that's what Councillor Bailey is looking for, some reassurance that if this goes forward, that it won't just be specific to fish as fisheries. So I don't know if staff could comment on that or would be able to get back to us.
Sure. What we can do is when we put that together, we will ensure that it covers more than just fish. We could maybe say that the local ecology or local environment, something like that.
Okay. And Council, are you comfortable with broadening that scope of the terminology? If you're not, speak up. Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I share Councillor Bailey's concern. As you know, I kind of put the pencil in the spokes of this discussion at the last meeting, and I was concerned as well that it's if this is a broader thing than even just one consultant, because one consultant might talk about hydrogeology, which affects all the things you mentioned, which are the responsibility of other consultants. And I think this was intended to serve as a broad placeholder for discussing what our goal is for all of our consultants when they're reviewing things in terms of the natural environment, whether it's retaining what we have, comparing against no impact, comparing that sort of thing, sort of a broader one for all consultants. So I didn't see this as being limited to either to just fisheries or just Mr. Denhode. I figured when we got to the full discussion, it would naturally need to come up with a policy that applied to all of our consultants. So I don't have an issue broadening it all.
Any other comments from council? No? Councillor Lewis?
Yes, Mayor, I'm good with broadening it out to encompass a broader scope.
Okay, Ms. Hoyt Fox, to receive 6.11 from Councillor Bailey. You have a resolution quickly penned for that?
So in terms of broadening it and just revising the wording of resolution number 2022-108, what wording did you want to add around that? I guess it's the third sentence in that resolution. Right now, it just says the success of the fisheries. Is there a specific wording that you'd like to see that revised to?
I'm comfortable just receiving 6.11 now as information as long as staff. It's the understanding that, it will be broadened once you come back with a more fulsome report later. Are we able to do that?
Yep, Glenn, as long as it's fine, I'll just have it received for information. We won't capture anything specific, but with the understanding that it will be looked at broadly.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Do you need to read that, Ms. White Fox?
So right now I just have a mover, so I'm looking for a seconder, and then it's to receive 6.1.1 for information.
So Councillor Spillis seconded. So all in favor? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Balmer?
Another pencil in the wheels here. Just could we add to that, receive it for information, and that staff understands that the question will be broadened when it comes to our service levels discussion, just to clarify that our discussion is recorded in this motion.
That works. You have that, Ms. White Fox?
As a friendly amendment.
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
And Councillor Bailey, you're still comfortable with moving that?
I like that. Thank you.
All right, you're still in favor?
Yeah.
Councillor Balmer in favor?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
All right, I know we have a delegation, but it's just one more, so we'll just quickly go through 6.1.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, at this public meeting, we received a delegation on behalf of CBM Aggregates regarding the Lancy Pit expansion. As part of that delegation, they mentioned the Nybauer Pit down the road, the entrance, and it's understood that this pit the expansion will then sort of be a feeder pit for the whatever is happening at the McNally Pit. This pit, the Mast Pit, the Nybauer Pit, they all kind of work in connection with the McNally pit and any other pits that the operator has in the area. And while we're looking at, I think staff are looking at other issues related to the movement of trucks in the area. I know I've drove down the road the other day. The road was in a mess, and so I was thinking that since 12.1 of the Aggregate Resources Act does talk about an applicant's history of operation being able to be considered as part of a review, if a license and an amendment go before the board is able to consider the history of the operator. I thought it might be helpful as we prepare to, do a wholesome review of the Lancy application, that perhaps we can get a better understanding of what the interconnection is between this is a feeder pit and the McNally pit and on the Nybar pit. What's happening with all that material? Is everything going according to Hoyle? And I thought perhaps the best person to do this might be Mr. Denhode from Hardin Environmental Services, as he's mentioned with the Dufferin Pit number 2 on Victoria Road, contacting the operator to go for a site visit, just to confirm that everything is in order in all the pits that are connected via their operations. And I thought that'd be very helpful for us to make sure that all the ducks are properly lined up before we make a decision on a zoning expansion for the Lancy pit. And so I'd be looking for council support to have Hardin Environmental do a go through the issues he's raised over the years regarding the processing of material coming from any of those pits, and just to confirm they've all been addressed to his satisfaction, and to determine if there's any outstanding issues that need to be addressed before we approve another expansion to feed the McNally pit. Does that make sense, Mr. Chair?
It does. So you referenced 12.1, just for council's information, you're referencing the Aggregate Resources Act.
Yes, I'm sorry, 12.1 of the Aggregate Resources Act, yes.
It says that past history, and I would assume, compliance with their site plans can be considered with expansion of current pits, which they're currently asking us for.
Yeah.
And would Mr. Denhode be reviewing the site plans holistically, or just the water component? What I'm hearing is that you're looking for somebody to look into whether they're in compliance with their site plans. Does that sound right?
Well, specifically we have correspondence from Mr. Denhode in the past regarding that with the Nybar pit, with the ultimate fate of silt, with silt is generated from every pit. We have, I just want to make sure that where the stuff that the Lancy pit is going to be generating, where it's going to be proposed to be processed, is in compliance as well. Because it just doesn't make sense to me that from a hydrogeological or scientific or planning perspective, that we approve additional material to go into there if where it's going isn't currently in compliance. And I think with regard to Mr. Denhode's expertise, I see it much like our road superintendent's expertise in helping us understand if the road is being maintained or standing up well to the abuse it's getting. It's the same, not looking for an entire look of all the details, but with regard to hydrogeology and those sorts of things, I think we can narrow it down to concerns that have been identified and have maybe not been addressed.
Okay, I'm comfortable. I'll open up to council. If we're going to look at it, I'd like to look at, the site plan holistically, as I mentioned, but we'll see what council appetite for that is, and I'll go to Councillor Bailey.
Hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
I think that sounds like a great idea. I guess it would be trying to narrow down the parameters about what we would actually be asking him to look at. But I struggle with that as well, knowing where each pit's at, what's happened at certain spots, compliance here or not there. So for me, that would be really helpful. And I think residents would like to know that as well. So I think that's a great idea. I would support that.
Okay. Councillor Balmer, you already spoke, so I'm just going to skip over to Councillor Goyna. Just lost her video.
Yeah, sorry, I just have it turned off momentarily. I agree. I think that's a great idea as well. I'm not sure if Counselor Bulmer, do you think that Stan would have the ability to also assess the road conditions and how the roads are holding up? Or do you think that someone else needs to be looking at that in addition to Stan looking at the individual sites?
Before you answer that, Councillor Bulmer, I'd like to mention that staff are working with CBM on that road crossing. So I don't want to jeopardize any ground that's been made on that. Mr. Schwendinger, that's correct. You and the Director of Public Works are still working with CBM on that issue of that road crossing?
That's correct. And I think it would involve someone as well, other than Stan, someone with more road specific, roads design, road maintenance experience. So yeah, we're doing that, but it wouldn't be Stan, it would be someone else.
And to answer the question, Mr. Chair, I'm looking to limit Stan's and Mr. Denhode's involvement to hydrogeology, issues of hydrogeology, and however that relates to, the interaction between the, like he identified before, significant concerns about silt coming in from Nybara. Well, all pits, I think, produce silt, so I expect we would need to understand what's the ultimate fate of the silt coming in from an expanded Lancy pit as well. So that's why I'm limiting it to hydrogeology, which is his expertise.
Councillor Bulmer, I'm familiar with the area. The CBM has a pit north of the 401 that, to my knowledge, is processing material from other pits they own that you mentioned. Would it be too much of a scope to have Mr. Denhode look at, I think it's Coburn pit as well? Because if there's a concern with where the material is being processed or where the silt is going, it might be going to Coburn north of the 401 as well. So to get the full equation, we might need to look at the hydrogeology of basically all of their operations there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's reasonable. It's the same operator, so it's all, to me, it's all in the same basket. As the whether it's going to, where it's going is yeah. Let's just leave it as hydrogeology and let Mr. Denhode determine which sites he needs to look at.
Okay, where was I? Councillor Spos?
Yes, I agree. Hydrogeology is a critical component for us to consider, but I'm also when we're considering whether or not we're going to go forward with expansion of the pit to the south, my concern is, are they complying with the site plans? That to me is a big picture. And I think we need, if we're going to do the hydrogeology, I think we need to have a more wholesome picture and have somebody else who's conversant with site plans to either go out or to do a tabletop exercise, one or the other. I just can't see having a narrow focus, which is a critical narrow focus, but also there has to be a broader context to look at site plans and compliance with.
I agree with you, Councillor Spos. One thing though I see as Mr. Denhode being able to do the review quite quickly, being a local individual and somebody we have on staff, I will ask Mr. Schwendinger, and you may not know somebody off the top of your head, but there's got to be a consultant out there that would review site plans. And if you had to guess, which probably wouldn't make you feel comfortable doing that right now, but the timing it would take to get somebody to review the site plans?
I would think that, yes, there would be some type of expertise out there. I don't know of any offhand, so I can't offer anything on that. In terms of how long it would take to do the work, can't comment on that, but we'll do our best, and we'll try and report back to council as soon as we can with regards to what type of firm and expertise would there be to review site plans. Yeah, we could look into that for sure.
So I just want to point out to council that that's the first time that Mr. Schwendinger hasn't had some experience in an issue that we've brought up in 3.5 years. So I'm assuming we could get Mr. Denhode going rather quickly, and then, I mean, the cost he charges us is quite reasonable. And then you could report back as quickly as you could on costing for a site plan, a wholesome site plan review of the operator. Is that what I'm hearing? Mr. Schwendinger?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Council, is that the direction you want to go, or do you just want to give them authorization to do the review? Councillor Bailey? I'll let Councillor Bulmer, since he brought it up in his Yes, Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Councillor Sapoulis's point, yes, I am considering that Mr. Denhoad would, in his review, include looking at the site plan requirements that relate to the movement of water or the placement of or the construction of hydrogeological barriers or whatever it is. But he wouldn't be commenting on noise. So, and I understand what you're talking about. It makes perfect sense that all aspects of the operation are in compliance. So I would be comfortable doing it. I like sort of the idea that the chair has brought up regarding having staff report back on, having not giving full direction today, but reporting back on, here's the option. We could either have a hard environmental go out and do a focused one, or we could have a consultant do a wholesome review supported by Mr. Denhoad, comments as well. That he'd absolutely need to be part of that team. But it may also then mean bringing in our other consultants, and this may broaden out to including a noise consultant. And that's my only concern about broadening it too much.
Courtney or Glenn, the proposed expansion by CBM, timing wise, I don't want to get ourselves into a situation where we're calling special meetings to deal with this, to approve a consultant. I would prefer to get Mr. Denhoad to look at it. Councilor Bonner raised a good point. Would the processing of the material, which is a big part of the site plan, which uses water, which creates silt, which is all part of hydrogeology. So maybe Mr. Denhoad would capture most of it. And we can, as I mentioned, I find his rates are reasonable, and it's not a huge budget impact to have him review it. And then we get him going right away. We get a report. If everything's hunky-dory, then then maybe we don't hire a consultant. But if he highlights some concerns, then we can get that report on the costing. But back to my first point, are we on a short timetable? I'm not quite familiar where we are with that expansion for Nybauer.
Mr. Chair, I can help a little bit with the time frame. The application for the Lancy Pit expansion has been deemed complete and did go to public meeting. And so the clock has started to tick on in terms of the timing for a planning application like that to move along. So we have confirmed with the applicant that it will be presented to council in July in terms of a planning report from the county. So we do have a little bit of a time frame to work with here.
Given that information, Councillor Bulmer, I would recommend we get Mr. Denhoad to review it and see if there's any concerns. I'll go around the council in order. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I like where you were going with that. I'm thinking we should have Stan get going and then see how much information he gathers, and then maybe pull in consultants to fill in any gaps or concerns that he finds. And that way we can.
Oh, you cut out at the end there, but we got most of it. Councillor Bulmer?
No, I understand that. And I think I'm supportive of moving ahead with the focus as quickly as possible. And if needed, if something is identified that we need to broaden it, we can broaden it then. Understanding, of course, in the back of my mind, so much of this is the responsibility of M&R to do the regulation and oversight of this. And it always disappoints me that it seems to fall to municipalities to fill that role. But it's our residents that are potentially affected. So, thank you.
Councillor Goyda?
No, I agree with the approach of getting Stan on it sooner than later, especially given that tight time frame. And depending on what comes of that report back, we can modify our plan from there. But I think getting him going quickly is a good thing to do.
Councillor Spose?
I'm okay with going ahead quickly with our hydrogeologist. I would like to still in parallel have staff do a quick costing so when the matter does come to council and we do know that there is an issue, then I think we have the right to not approve it at that time because there are issues that still have to be resolved. So I would like to be in a position to say, yes, we're getting a consultant to provide us a cost estimate and we'll push the go button only if it's necessary.
What if we give them a ceiling? I hate to do this stuff. Is there a number in your head that you might be able to get this consultant done, this review of the site plans, 5,000, 10,000? I would be comfortable, 5 or 10 grand to review this, because once this is approved, we're stuck with it for 30 years or indefinitely because they're not interim uses any longer. But if all of a sudden you make some phone calls and it's 30 or 40K, then it comes back to council. That way, as Councillor Spoulis is mentioning, we would have more information at the planning or at the next council meeting for this application. Mr. Schwindinger?
I would tend to agree with you that, yeah, if you could set a upset limit just to get started, and if it's more than that, then we could come back. And I would suspect, 10 would be in the comfortable range, just as a gut feel, but without knowing the specific consultant offhand, I can't say for sure, but I think that would be a fair number to start with, and then we could always report back.
And Ms. Hassan, 10K, is that gonna really mess things up for you, or would you be able to find some efficiencies in the budget, or would this just have to be in like a budget line overrun? Is she there? No.
Yes, so Mr. Schwindiger, maybe if you can just add to it whether or not we want to report on how this will be funded, or whether we can just utilize a potential surplus from another account.
Yeah. Once we have some more details, we can report back to council how it will specifically be funded. But I think with the dollar values that we're talking about, we can make it work, and then we'll just find a specific location and report back to you.
Just hang on, Councilor Moore. Sorry, I didn't mean to start discussing reporting back on where it'll be funded. I would like to set that upset limit of 10, and then you've obviously heard it, that either find the money, and if it's a budget overrun, it is. I just want council to understand that there might be an impact, but it's important to our residents. I'll go around the table. See your comments on an upward limit of 10,000 to hire consultants, so delegating staff to find one. And if it's more than that, they would, report back. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I could support that if Glenn thinks that's kind of the ballpark. Yes.
Councillor Bummer? No, thank you. I think that overcomplicates them. I think Councillor Sapoulis hit the nail right on the head, because this puts Hardin Environmental in a difficult position, because we're sending people out of the gate not knowing the terms of reference, who's doing what. Whereas if we take the approach that Councillor Sapoulis has suggested, Mr. Denhout has a clear mandate, clear direction as to what he's to look at and report back on. And then we can provide someone else the clear mandate to go from there. But if we do both at once, with one being a maybe, we don't know, it depends on the price. Is Mr. Denhout going to be repeating the work? It's just, to me, it overcomplicates getting the job done in the time crunch that was proposed. So I would prefer to go with Councillor Sapoulis' suggestion.
I thought Councillor Spoulis' suggestion was to get them going, so I maybe misunderstood. Councillor Goyda. You needed.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I tend to agree as well with Councillor Balmer. I think also it's not just a cost concern, it's a timing concern. Because even if we set an upset limit, but a consultant isn't available for 10 weeks, it doesn't really help. I think that if I understand correctly what Councillor Sapoulis is suggesting, that we find a consultant, find what their cost is, understand their timing, and then once Stan comes back to us, if there's items that are outstanding, at that time we can proceed with hiring another consultant. But until that time, we don't know if it's going to be needed. I think that's how I'm understanding it, and I think I would agree with Councillor Balmer that that's the appropriate approach.
Okay. Councillor Spose?
Yes, I think both councillors, Bowman and Goyette read me correctly. I want to just put it in the, get something at the wayside, ready to go, and pull the trigger when it's necessary. And the fact that the matter will be coming to us in July, and there are issues, and I think we have the leeway to say, sorry, we're deferring this for 1 month until we get the necessary information to satisfy us before we can approve this.
Okay, yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I misunderstood. I thought you wanted it done a little sooner, but no, that works for me. Ms. Hoy Fox, do you have a resolution penned for this to give authorization for Mr. Denholt to review the, I don't know if we need to list them by name, but the CBM operations? I could if you need me to. And then just report back to council with costing for a consultant if there are issues identified.
Yes, I'm just finishing up and then I can read it out.
No problem.
All right, so I have that council request Hardin Environmental to review and report to council regarding the hydrogeology aspects of the Lancy Pit expansion application and other CBM pits located in the area, including the Neubauer, Mast, and McNally pit, to confirm whether the aggregate operations are operating in compliance with the operational plans as it relates to hydrogeology, and that council directs staff to report back to council on the costing to retain a consultant to perform a comprehensive review of the operational plans if required.
Just left out one pit. It's Coburn, COBURN. That's
Okay.
the pit north of the 401. Okay, can I
Okay,
get a
I've
mover
added
for that? Yeah, can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Move it. Councillor Bowman, seconded by Councillor Spoulis. Any final comments before I? All right, staff, you're clear? You have confused anything? No? Okay, all in favor? Councillor.
Just one, I had
Go
a
ahead.
friendly amendment. I guess I have to wait till, is it on the table?
It is on the table. We have a mover and a seconder.
Okay, if I could, just the movement of water and hydrogeology, just because also water taking and it's for all sorts. I just want to make sure that's captured in there as well. Because that's also in his bailiwick, but if we limit it to just hydrogeology, it may be interpreted as just the water that's in the ground. And so the movement of water and hydrogeology on those sites.
I've added that to the motion, yes.
Okay, anything else? Councillor Bailey, all in favor?
Sounds good. In favor?
Councillor Bowman,
In favor.
Councillor Goyette,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulis.
In favor.
Excellent. And now on to delegations. We have Mr. Stovall in the gallery.
We do, Mr. Chair. I'll move him over now.
Thank you. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council and staff. Thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of my client, Audrey Meadows, to talk about their application and in particular, the letter that I submitted to the township on June 6th, respectfully requesting consideration of a resolution of support for the proposal. I'll give some background to it before I get into the reasons in the resolution, if I might. The application is for a housing project. If the application was approved, it would result in more housing, more jobs, and more tax revenue and fees for the municipality. It's been about a year now. As part of the submission, Audrey Meadows completed several studies, a traffic impact brief, an EIS functional servicing study, a groundwater monitoring report, and a site assessment of the Paris Galt Marine. As part of the peer review process, we received several comments back from the township's peer review committee or group and the government agencies, in particular the GRCA. We feel that we've satisfied the technical comments at this stage, and we recognize that additional studies would be required in the future to get full clearance for the proposal. In terms of the process, we see the process as a two-staged approval. The first stage deals with the principle of development, and that is completed through the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. A unique thing about the zoning amendment that we applied for is that we included a provision, it's called a holding provision, which is essentially a check and balance on the system to ensure that all matters, including environmental and financial, are completed to the satisfaction of the township. The second stage is the detailed design stage. That's where we bring in the specific studies related to landscape architecture and any site improvements related to traffic. This second stage includes the draft plan of subdivision submission, draft plan conditions, and subdivision agreement. And that agreement sets out specifics in terms of septic requirements, any other requirements of the agencies, and the financials, what's required by my client to provide in terms of monies to the township to ensure that development is completed satisfactorily. The check and balance on the holding provision is key because it's at this stage, after the second submission, and with the subdivision agreement, that would be the stage that we would get full clearance on the zoning, and we'd request the holding provision to be removed. So we've had, I think, some pretty positive feedback, both through the Planning and Development Advisory Committee and through the public meeting. And I'd just like to review the big picture results of those meetings. First of all, we had a good discussion with the Planning Committee. It's my understanding that at the conclusion of the committee meeting, there was a resolution of support in principle, subject to conditions. And those conditions were a hydrogeology study, a traffic study, consideration for rear lot buffering from adjacent development, and conformance with provincial legislation. As discussed with the committee, we felt that these matters would be best dealt with at the detailed design stage. That's when we can bring in a landscape architect to deal with the buffering and other matters. And I also provided a statement saying that it's our opinion that the proposal conforms with provincial policy framework. That statement was also included in my June 6th submission and also in the planning report submissions that we've made to the township and the county. At the public meeting, we heard some good commentary and some considerations, and we acknowledge that further work would be completed. The two key ones that I recall are the need for a local park and open space system. And again, we said that would be dealt with through the draft plan of subdivision, and we would work with the township. We would bring in a landscape architect to identify the appropriate location for a park and for open space systems, and ensure that it is all addressed to the township's satisfaction. The other part was the need for improvements of surface water management, and localized drainage. And again, it's my recollection that I agreed that our engineers, Triton Engineering, would work with the township and the township's engineering consultants, GM Blue Plan, to address this matter. And I think as a result of this, we'd have an overall improvement in the local area, and I think that would be in the public interest. So now we come to our request. And respectfully, my client requests that council consider a resolution of support. We believe that the proposal is in the public interest, and through the process, we'll be able to provide immediate improvements that would benefit the local community. As I noted before, the process that we've decided to move forward with has a built-in check and balance mechanism to ensure that we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. That holding provisions ensures that the township maintains control. You will be in the driver's seat. The Audrey Metals team and my client looks forward to working with the council and township staff and the peer review team to develop a detailed design that we think will be an element of pride for the municipality and also for my client. But to do this, Audrey Metals needs the support of the township. The resolution and documents attached in the June 6th correspondence follow the formatting provided by the township and county, and these documents were vetted by our team of planners and legal people to ensure that the wording is proper. The resolution has been drafted. We think that it's clearly worded, and we hope that it is worthy of your consideration. And on behalf of Audrey Metals, I thank you for your time and consideration on this matter, and we look forward to dealing with the municipality in the future. Thank you. I'm here for any questions or hopefully I'll be able to answer them. If I can't, I'll ensure that our team gets back to the municipality as soon as we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob. I appreciate your time. In your presentation, you mentioned that I believe you're in front of PDAC and they put some conditions, and one of them was that it conforms with provincial legislation. I don't believe this council has received a report from staff yet on whether it does conform, and I understand that your opinion is of that it does, but I'm pretty confident that council couldn't support a bylaw that was penned by a third party without a report stating whether it was in compliance or not. And I understand the urgency of Mr. Good to get this on board. I also recognize that there's a housing crisis in Ontario, and in principle, I think this is a great opportunity for Busselton. It won't be affordable housing or attainable housing or any of those fancy terms, but it will bring stock online that ultimately will bring affordable, attainable housing available to other individuals. So I would hope that the province would deem that this is in compliance, but until we have those reports, I can't support the bylaw that you presented to us today. So unfortunately for that, I know staff is working diligently to get you through the process, and I don't expect any major delays, and I look forward to those reports coming from the county and our staff. So is there any questions or need clarity from anyone in council? No, I'm not seeing any. Well, I appreciate your time, Mr. Stovall, and we look forward to seeing those reports from staff. Ms. Whitefox, do you have a solution?
Yes, it's that council received the delegation for information.
Okay, the mover for that, please. Councillor Spillis, seconder. Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
Great day, Rob.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we are on to reports, I believe. And this is 9.2.1, and it's Ms. Hassan.
Hello, Council. So this is just our regular quarterly report to Council from January to March 2022. I'd be pleased to answer any questions from Council.
All right. Actually, I'll have Ms. White Fox read the resolution, so we have this on the table.
That report FIN 2022-021 entitled First Quarter Financial Report for 2022 be received.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councilor Willis, seconded by Councilor Bailey. All right, any questions for Ms. Hassan? All right, all in favor, Councilor Bailey,
In favor.
Councilor Palmer,
I'm in favor, and I really appreciate the quarterly summary by department. It just helps focus, you know, that comparison against actuals against budget. That is such a helpful sheet to help focus the interest and where to look for what's going on. So thank you for continuing to improve that overview.
No problem.
I'm in
Councilor
favor.
Goya. Councilor Goya,
I have no questions. Thank you. In favor.
Councilor Spillis.
I had my questions answered, and I'm in favor.
All right, next one is 9.2.2. Ms. White Fox, could you read that resolution? I'll do it first.
That report FIN 2022-024 entitled 2022 Development Charges Study Amendment be received, and that the Development Charges Study Amendment be completed with updated capital cost estimates, including incorporating the needs identified in the roads management plan.
You gonna move her for that, please? Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Goya. It says here presented by Andrew. Is Mary?
Yes. Yes, so Andrew Grunda from Watson and Associates is actually here as an attendee, and they will be presenting Schedule A to the report. So Courtney, if you can just move Andrew, that'd be great.
Welcome, Andrew. Ms. White Fox, could you just add a quick title to Andrew's name, please, for the audience?
Certainly. Sorry, my apologies, Andrew. If you could just let me know what your professional title is, I can add it.
I'm the principal at Watson and Associates.
You know, it just says Watson Associates. I'm fine with that. Andrew, sometimes when people view these on YouTube, they don't recognize who people are, so it's just nice to have a little title under there. And you can start. You can start your presentation. She can work on that while you're presenting.
Great. So I'll go ahead and share my screen then and bring that presentation up. Hopefully that's clear for council. So the intent of the presentation today is to speak to the work that we've been retained to perform for the Township of Puslinch. And it pertains principally to a development charges or an amendment to the development charges bylaw that was passed by the Township in 2019. And the nature of that amendment is to reflect changes to the Development Charges Act, and also because the township would be proceeding to amend the bylaw and have to move through a similar statutory process to passing a new bylaw. It's also a good opportunity for the township to consider some of the underlying cost estimates and changes and have those reflected at this time, as opposed to waiting for the subsequent review that's required in 2024. In addition to undertaking that amendment, what we were also asked to provide to the township is a review and consideration of some of the other legislative changes related to growth funding tools under the authority of the Planning Act. And these are principally related to the community benefit charges tools that are now available to municipalities, and to parkland dedication bylaw changes that are recently enacted. So the intent of the presentation today is to provide council with an overview of those legislative changes, to talk about the implication of those changes on those those funding tools of the township, and then to discuss the approach and timing of the DC bylaw amendment process that we've been retained to prepare for the township. So in that context then, the More Homes, More Choice Act, which is commonly referred to as Bill 108, that was introduced in the legislature back in May of 2019 and received royal assent in June of that same year. And this act had made amendments to a number of different statutes, the Development Charges Act being one of them. And the changes that were enacted through the More Homes, More Choice Act have already come into effect and actually have been in effect since January 1st of 2020. And has implications on all municipalities and their development charge bylaws, whether those are present in the bylaw or not, because they are statutorily required. And so the township has been operating under this change in rules since that point in time. And generally how that impacts the township's bylaw is that the development charges bylaw is established and consistent with practice in other municipalities and the act, that the charges are determined and paid for at the time of building permit issuance. One of the amendments through the More Homes, More Choice Act was that now when that application comes forward for building permit issuance, if that building permit is being issued as the result of a site plan or zoning bylaw amendment approval under the Planning Act, and that building permit is being issued within 2 years of that approval, then the charges are not calculated based on the rates in effect at the time of building permit issuance, but rather the rates that were in effect at the time that the planning application was made. And so the intent generally here is by the province to provide a bit more, I guess, certainty and predictability to these types of charges to developments that would be proceeding generally through site plan. And the one consideration here is that this only applies where these site plans or zoning bylaw approvals were for applications submitted after January 1st, 2020. So if they are building permits as a result of applications submitted prior to that, then they would not be applicable to these grandfathered in charges. The other change that occurred, again, as a result of the More Homes, More Choice Act, to help provide incentives for rental housing, institutional developments, and not-for-profit housing, was instead of having those charges paid in full at the time of building permit issuance, if it's rental housing or institutional development, the charges are paid over a 5-year installment period, starting with the date of occupancy. And if it's not-for-profit housing, then it's a 20-year installment period that would apply. What the act also allows is for the municipality to impose interest on those charges, reflecting the cash flow implications to the municipality of having to collect these charges over multiple installment periods, and also that determination of charges for site plan and zoning bylaw. So those, again, have been in effect since January of 2020. Under the More Homes, More Choice legislation, it was much more broad in terms of the amendments that were initially proposed, such as removing parks and recreation from development charges and allowing it to be included under something called a community benefit charge. Fortunately, the province had rethought those proposals and had amended those through the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act. So the COVID Economic Recovery Act modified some of those initial proposed changes, and that legislation came into effect on September 18th of 2020. This act amended, both the Development Charges Act as well as amendments to the Planning Act that we're going to talk about in a moment. But with respect to the development charges, the changes that were made, first of all, was to, I guess, reposition the act. The act previously allowed municipalities to consider charges where there was increase in need for service that relates to development. And the act allowed all services to be considered unless they were deemed to be ineligible. And as you might recall from the prior legislation, ineligible services were things such as park land acquisition, municipal administrative facilities, for example, performing arts centers, art galleries, and other community cultural facilities, for example. So the Act no longer has these ineligible services. Now what it does is it defines the services that are only eligible for consideration. So it has a bit of a change in that respect. The good news is that most municipalities, in terms of the services that they have in their bylaws, are unaffected by this change. There are some municipalities, where they had services, for example, parking or airports, for example, that have now deemed to be removed because they're not eligible. But specifically as it pertains to the township, this did not have an impact in terms of the services that you currently include. And what we've included in our presentation is the services that are now deemed eligible. So they still consider the hard services such as water, sewer, storm, and roads. They also include transit services, waste diversion, protective services of police, fire, and ambulance, what is historically sort of referred to as soft services such as libraries, parks and recreation services, long-term care, public health, childcare, public housing services, provincial offenses, and then also with respect to emergency preparedness needs, and also airports that apply only within the municipality of Waterloo. So if the services that you may have a growth-related need for are not contained within these eligible services, then a DC can no longer be applied for those services. The other changes that were made, and this one does have a direct impact to the township, is that the Act previously distinguished between what was commonly referred to as hard services and soft services. So hard services were commonly defined to be costs related to water, sewer, storm, roads, fire, police, and I guess to an extent also transit in that regard. All other services, so services such as parks and recreation, libraries, for example, were all deemed to be soft services. And because they were soft services, municipalities could only look at the needs for a 10-year forecast period. And more specifically, what was impactful of municipalities was that once the capital costs were determined for growth, you were only allowed to include 90% of those costs. So there was a 10% deduction that was made that had to be funded from tax-based sources, even though it was for growth-related needs. That's now been removed. And so that's good news for municipalities because that now provides additional funding for those types of services. There's also, with the eligible service change that we talked about earlier, it gives municipalities some flexibility in terms of how they define services and how those are administered through the reserve fund. So whether those are structured on a service by service basis, or they can be structured as different classes of service, for example, extracting things like studies or facilities or fleet and positioning them in that regard if they chose to do so. The other change that has also come into effect is additional statutory exemptions. So under the Development Charges Act, it provides council with this tool to impose charges for these capital costs where there's an increase in need of service demonstrated. The Act further says that there are certain types of development that municipalities cannot impose charges on. So for example, your bylaw does not apply to buildings or facilities that are being constructed by the county or by yourselves, by school boards. If there's an existing industrial building, they're allowed to expand up to 50% of their current floor space and be exempt from payment of development charges. And also what was exempt was that if there was an existing single family home, they were allowed to add up to 2 additional dwelling units within that home. So in essence, converting to a triplex, and municipalities could not impose a development charge on those additional dwelling units. That exemption has been expanded through the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act, where now it allows those exemptions to be provided if the dwelling units are within or ancillary to an existing building. So somebody can add an additional unit on the same lot that's ancillary to the principal use, like a granny flat, an accessory apartment above a detached garage, for example. And those would also now be exempt under these provisions. And similarly, if there's a new development, they're allowed to add a second dwelling unit within the building or ancillary to it as well and be exempt. And so these have come into effect, these provisions, and municipalities have a 2-year period to transition their bylaws to reflect these legislative changes, which is the date of September of this year, September 18th, more specifically. So with respect to the township, again, the additional statutory exemptions that are identified in here, the change in eligible services, so those can be reflected in your bylaw as currently stated. So there is no urgency in terms of amending your bylaw by September to be in compliance. The only matter that is, I guess, somewhat urgent for the town is to provide more funding for parks and recreation by removing that 10% deduction. But even that is relatively limited. It would only seek to increase the charge by about 2% more than what you're currently charging today. So again, I just want to highlight that, and I'll come back to that later in the presentation as well. So those are the legislative changes with respect to the development charges. Again, as I mentioned earlier, under the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act, there were also amendments to the Planning Act, and the 2 areas specifically that I'm referring to in the presentation here are amendments to Section 37 and Section 42. Section 37 was provisions in the Planning Act previously that allowed municipalities to enter into agreements with developers where there was an increased requirement in zoning permissions and to receive community benefits in exchange for providing that additional zoning. That's now been removed and replaced with this broader funding tool called the community benefit charge. And so a community benefit charge, or what's commonly referred to as a CBC, is similar to a DC in that it allows council to pass a bylaw to recover capital costs for facilities and services and matters that pertain to development or redevelopment. And these bylaws can only be imposed by lower tier municipalities and single tier municipalities. So they're not a tool available to the county, but only to the area municipalities of the county. The services that can be considered in a CBC, there are no limitations like we see under a DC. So it can include any services where you can demonstrate that there's an increase in need and associated capital cost. It can also include services that are funded under a DC or parkland itself. We just can't double count the same capital costs. So if we have a project that we're funding from development charges, we can't also fund that same project from a CBC because we'd be recovering those funds twice. One of the clear distinctions between a CBC and a DC is the types of developments that a CBC is applicable to. So under your development charge bylaw, it's applicable to all new development unless it's statutorily exempt or council elects to exempt it under its bylaw rules. A CBC is much more narrow. A CBC can only be imposed on a residential or a mixed use development if it is in a building that has at least 5 stories and contains at least 10 residential dwelling units. So it has to be a high density residential or mixed use building for these charges to be applied. And for the municipality to impose this charge, as I mentioned, it has to do so through a bylaw. To pass that bylaw, council has to prepare a CBC strategy, which is very similar to a DC background study, and consult with the public on the matter. And also, once that bylaw is adopted by council, it can be appealed by anyone to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Once that charge is in place, it also is able to be paid under protest if the applicant feels that the charge is being imposed results in a charge that's greater than 4% of the land value at the time of building permit issuance. So in addition to it having appeal rights, it also has this ability to be paid under protest and potentially reduced further from what's in the bylaw if it doesn't meet that test. It allows for in-kind contributions of assets as opposed to the payment of charges. And there's also accounting and reporting requirements of the municipalities that impose these types of fees and charges. So those are the amendments to Section 37. Section 42, which is the powers that municipality have to require the conveyance of land for parks or to require cash in lieu where land isn't appropriate to fund the subsequent purchase of parks or other public recreational needs. So that's governed by Section 42. What that section of the Planning Act allows is what we call the standard provisions, where a municipality, if the land is being developed for commercial and industrial purposes, can require 2% of that land to be conveyed to the municipality, or 5% of the land for other types of development, most notably residential. The Act also allows that if the municipality does not want to use these standard provisions of 2% and 5% or the associated cash in lieu that would produce, it can use something referred to as the alternative requirement. And the alternative requirement that's permissible under the Planning Act is that for residential development, instead of receiving 5% of the land being developed, you can require 1 hectare of land for every 300 dwelling units being constructed, or cash in lieu at the rate of 1 hectare for 500 dwelling units. And so what has been modified or amended from the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act with respect to Section 42 only applies to municipalities who have bylaws currently that require this alternative requirement. And what it requires is that if a municipality has a bylaw with the alternative requirement, then that bylaw will expire on September 18th of 2022. And so the municipality will have to pass a new bylaw at that time or before that time to continue to impose these charges. In doing so, it requires that for a municipality to continue to have a bylaw with this alternative requirement, that it consults with the public, that it gives notice of passage of that bylaw. And now this bylaw would be appealable to the OLT, similar to a CBC and a development charge. And finally, the other legislative amendment I wanted to highlight too is the more recent amendment under the More Homes for Everyone Act, or commonly referred to as Bill 109. And so this received royal assent back on April 14th. It has some implications to the DCs and to the CBCs, mostly administrative. That DCs, now that the treasurer statement that's prepared that speaks to those funds and the balances in those reserve funds that the treasurer has to prepare annually, that now has to be made available on the municipal website. And then for the CBC bylaws, they, similar to DCs, expire every 5 years and have to be reviewed. So that's an overview of the legislative changes. And what I want to do at this stage is now just to talk about the implications of the CBC and Parkland Dedication Amendments of the Planning Act for the township based on our initial review with staff. And then from here, I'll talk about the DC amendment process. So with respect to the CBC, I think what's crucial, as I mentioned earlier, is that this is a charge that's only applicable to high density residential or mixed use buildings. So for the municipality to be able to impose this charge, presumably, it has to have that type of development to impose the charge on. And it would have to identify in this strategy the burden that that type of development places on services that would inform the charge. What we see in looking at the 2019 DC background study is that there are no such types of development that were forecast at that time. And moreover, when we look at the County of Wellington growth projections in their phase 1 MCR report, similarly, it doesn't identify any anticipated buildings that are going to be greater than 5 stories in the township. And so because there's no anticipated development that fits that type that a CBC would be applicable on, it's our determination that it doesn't warrant pursuing a strategy and undertaking that background study, in that presumably it would not produce any charges that would then be imposed or that could be imposed. With respect to parkland dedication, we reviewed the township's current bylaw, so that's bylaw 6/2018. And under that bylaw, like most municipalities with a similar type of development profile as the township, it imposes the standard provisions of 2% of land area or cash in lieu for commercial and industrial, and 5% for residential and other uses like institutional. And so because that bylaw does not contain the alternative requirement, that bylaw will not expire on September the 18th. And so it's fine to continue on with the current practice under your 2018 bylaw without jeopardy of losing that ability to charge. And so that would suggest that there's no need at this point to review that bylaw or look to pass a new bylaw by September. Although council could give consideration if using the alternative requirement may be beneficial and might require a future amendment or new bylaw to be passed in place, but there is no urgency in doing that if council was willing or considering of doing such. So then with respect to the development charge study, and specifically the amendment. So as we mentioned, those changes under the More Homes, More Choice Act come into effect on September 18th, 2022. Those changes do not impact your current bylaw. So as you can see here, we've presented the schedule of charges you currently have today. So we see the services for roads, fire, parks and recreation, and certain growth-related studies are still eligible for consideration and inclusion in the DC. So there is no requirement to remove services as a result of that legislative change. As I mentioned, there's an ability to potentially increase the funding for parks and recreation and administrative studies by removing that 10% statutory deduction, but there's no urgency for you to do that by September 18th. Council can elect to do that at any time and could have done that since September 18th of 2020. The implication of that would provide an increase in the charge about 2% higher than those rates you see on the screen. And so again, I think that's something that council would be brought forward to council with this amendment based on the proposed timing that we'll discuss in a moment. The the services that we mentioned in that previous table, what we wanted to also provide you with are what are the types of projects that underlie those charges. So in the detailed 2019 DC background study, you'll see itemized capital projects under these services of roads and related services, fire protection, parks, recreation, and administrative studies. And these are examples of the types of projects that you would see in that listing. So for roads, there are road resurfacing projects, bridge and culvert upgrades, additional equipment in terms of additional fleet requirements to maintain those assets. Similarly, under fire, additional facility space or equipment and vehicles for additional firefighters. Parks and recreational amenities for additional soccer fields and playground equipment in developing parks. Master plan implementation and development of trails, and studies such as the preparation of a DC background study and the associated asset management plan that's required under a development charge, and master plans that inform some of those needs we referred to earlier, such as a fire or transportation or recreation master plan, for example. So I just wanted to provide you with the types of projects that are currently included in that bylaw. In addition, in that current bylaw, there are the statutory exemptions that I referred to earlier that have to be adhered to. Again, those, even though they're not currently embraced in the bylaw, will include the second dwelling units that have now been provided for under the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act. So even though they're not in the bylaw, there's still eligible exemptions that are statutorily required. Those will be updated as part of the amending process to make sure that the bylaw is in accordance with that legislation and clear to the reader and those administering that bylaw, that those are the types of exemptions that apply. And then also what we've included in here are what's referred to as the non-statutory exemptions. So these are the types of exemptions that council included in the bylaw in 2019. So we typically see exemptions for things such as non-residential farm buildings, for example, for different types of temporary uses because they're not permitted or they're not permanent in that regard. The accessory uses, again, is something that will probably be removed as part of this amending process because now with the additional accessory uses identified in the statutory obligations, that's a bit of a duplication in that regard. And so the other exemptions such as home occupancy, institutional uses, and the redevelopment credits are non-statutory exemptions that are in the bylaw that when this amendment comes forward, council can consider whether it wants to maintain or modify these or add to them, for example. But we wanted to highlight those under the current practice today. So with that being said, the scope of the amendment then in our discussions with staff would be to amend the bylaw and prepare the background study to facilitate that amendment, to make sure that the bylaw policies are compliant with all of the legislative changes that we've seen going back to 2019. Right? So adding in the installment payments, adding in the determination of charges of site plan and zoning bylaw, the additional statutory exemptions, for example, adding in the interest policy on those installments and determinations consistent with the county's report that's been approved by council. So more of a housekeeping to make sure that the reader of the bylaw understands the legislative changes and that it's consistent in that regard. We would also, as mentioned, remove that 10% deduction currently being applied for parks and recreation and some of the studies. And then lastly, because undertaking this amendment requires you to go through the same public process, as I mentioned, what some municipalities are doing is also looking at the underlying cost estimates and projects that were included in 2019 and see if those need to be revised. So we'll be working with staff to revise the costs where actual projects have been undertaken to reflect the actual costs in that updated charge. We'll also look at updated budgets and expressions of intent of council to see if there are any other changes that should be reflected in here. And then the other item that's important to note is, as we understand, is that there's a roads management study that's going to be completed later this year that in discussions with staff will have some implications on the road services component of the charge. And so we want to wait for that to be completed to build that into this amendment at this time to be most effective and efficient in that process. And so largely the turnaround time for this amendment will be determined by the timing of that road study. So we've had our initial startup with staff. We are undertaking to review some of the initial information on actual costs and so forth and updated cost estimates from capital budgets. When the report for roads is done later this year, we'll be incorporating that in. And so it's our understanding that probably around October, we'll have that draft amending background study and bylaw available for review and discussion with township staff. After reviewing and finalizing that with them, we would then release that publicly. It's anticipated that will occur in November. And then bring that forward for the amending public process with a public meeting potentially in January and bylaw passage or the amending bylaw passage later that same month in January 2023. And so hopefully what this is providing you with is sort of an indication as to why this is being undertaken, why the scope of this is principally just related to the DC amendment and the timing of this moving from a September date, which isn't overly applicable to the township at the moment, and moving that out to January to be able to incorporate the road study. And so that summarizes my presentation for today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council has.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Andrew. This is it's a lot to take in today. Can you just confirm for me? I think I heard that within the existing bylaw that ARUs are exempt from development charges.
Sorry, what is exempt? Sorry, I apologize. I missed that term.
Accessory residential units.
Yeah, so accessory units are exempt under the current bylaw today.
Meaning we cannot charge development charges for them.
Correct. So council elected in 2019 to exempt those types of dwelling units from payment of development charges. And so again, this is an opportunity through this amending process that if council wanted to modify or remove that exemption, it could. And I think that'll be something that council will bring forward for council's consideration, because as I mentioned, the Development Charges Act is now bringing in some of these as being statutory exemptions. So whether or not if council elected to, for example, no longer charge, to no longer exempt an accessory apartment above a detached garage as an accessory use, for example, then the Development Charges Act actually requires that to be exempt. So there's a bit of a duplication, and so we would probably modify that just on that basis.
And is there a distinction between detached and within?
No longer, no. It used to be that if it had to be within the existing building to be exempt. And now what they've done is they've expanded that exemption so that it can be ancillary to or detached from the existing building.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you. That was a very clear presentation. I appreciate how you laid that all out. And it's funny, I was thinking, I was pondering the provincial change to the accessory residential units in an accessory building as well, and trying to figure out then if it must be exempt, it isn't exactly growth paying for growth, as sort of the whole point of some of this stuff. And so since we're very quickly moving towards a policy where these are as of right, to avoid having this growth pressure or cost of this kind of growth landing on the tax bill, will we have to move to reassessing or reevaluating the development charges or the value of the property at the time of assessing development charges up front, since this is now, part of the value of the property is the ability to build an accessory ARU? Does that make sense? Do you understand where I'm going with that?
I think I might. So largely where this expanded exemption comes from is around trying to provide incentives for more affordable housing, right? So the thinking being that by removing development charges being applicable to these additional apartment units, either within an existing home or detached from that principal residence, that hopefully that's going to stimulate some more supply and hopefully address some of these affordability concerns. But to your point, what that means from a development charges standpoint is that that's a need of service for which you're now going to have to fund that foregone DC amount from taxes generally. And so the real question, and I think this is really interesting in some of the other work we've done, is that presumably if I have a single family home with a basement apartment, then I would presume that would have a higher assessed value than my neighbor's property that only has one dwelling unit in it. Some of the assessment information we've seen doesn't necessarily support that presumption at this stage, but maybe as that becomes a bit more reoccurring in municipalities, maybe we'll start to see those valuation differences, but at the moment they don't seem to be present, but you would think that would be the case.
Understood, and that's a good point. Then this would, you're talking the ones that are inside the existing structure, but I'm certain that if there was a second structure, as you're indicating, without the development charges being applied up front, it would make it an easier process for someone to build a standalone second house on existing property. And through the building permit process, that would trigger an assessment of that. That would be captured through that regular process. And it certainly would then add to the regular assessment rolls. And that value would be captured there then for the municipality. They'd be able to recover some of those growth related costs that way.
Correct, yeah. So there should be hopefully an increase in the overall assessed value that would offset some of that foregone DC revenue.
Understood. And it's an easier as of right process. So, I mean, it's interesting. I've already received several calls on people interested in taking advantage of this and possibly even moving to the area to take advantage of this. So I think it's certainly going to have a big impact, the ability to have those standalone accessory residential units. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Goyda?
Thanks very much. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. That was very clear and helped me understand things much better. So thank you. I do just have a question to build on, I think, the two questions that were already asked in terms of the standalone accessory units. There has been some discussion and some interest in terms of these freestanding accessory residential units where there is perhaps currently a lot with a small home on it, and the owner of that land wishes to build a new, bigger home and convert what is the existing home into an accessory residential unit. How would that be incorporated into the exemption? So I think normally an addition or expansion wouldn't necessarily trigger a development charge, but if it's a full-on new build, converting the existing house into an accessory residential unit, would it still be exempt from development charges?
Yeah, so my understanding is that it would not, that the accessory use that would be constructed has to be smaller than the principal use that's currently existing.
I think
So
though,
somebody-
if the question that I guess I'm wondering about is the accessory unit would be smaller than the primary unit, but the initial development charge of the primary unit will now become the secondary unit, and the new unit will become the primary unit. I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly.
Yeah, no, so I think so. So maybe just to explain that a bit more. So if in the example, the smaller home is currently existing,
Yes.
and then what they're coming forward with is for a proposal to add a second dwelling unit on the same property that's detached from the existing home,
Yes.
but that second unit is going to be larger than the
Yeah.
existing home.
Yes.
Then my understanding under the regulation is that exemption does not apply, because for the exemption to apply, the second unit has to be smaller than the principal unit.
Okay. Great. That answers my question. Thank you.
And I can clarify that through Mary back to you, but that's my understanding, because it was always established that way. That, and as I'm just pulling it up here, so it says, for example, if you have an existing single detached dwelling, the total gross floor area of the additional dwelling units must be less than or equal to the gross floor of the unit already in the building.
Okay, perfect. That answers my question. Thank you.
And just to further speak to this, the building department, so Andrew from our building department, our CBO, and the services team had sent various scenarios, and this one specifically that Councillor Goyda is speaking to, we do currently charge DCs for this scenario, just based on our discussions with Watson and Associates on this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, again, my question's related to the standalone accessory dwelling. With respect to the parkland dedication fees, if somebody has, say, I don't know, a 1,200 square foot building and they build a 600 square foot accessory building, is there an opportunity to capture any parkland dedication fees?
That's a good question. I would presume so. I mean, again, it's something I would want to think about, but just, and I will, if that's okay with you, Councillor, that I'll give some further thought to that and respond back to Mary to qualify the answer. But I think the way the bylaw is established is that if you have development that requires a building permit, that the parkland dedication bylaw is determined at that point in time. And then the cash in lieu policies would then apply, so 5% of that site area. But because again, it's on an existing building with a redevelopment, I'd want to review that a bit further to be a bit more definitive relative to what your bylaw provides. But my general thinking is that it would apply if you are having incremental development that requires a building permit.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very well thought out, and as the previous councillors mentioned, it's very concise. So I'll look forward to the response to a particular question on parkland dedication fees.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. My question relates to the commercial component of it, and I apologize if it's in the report somewhere, but you mentioned that industrial commercial can expand their gross floor area up to 50% without being charged a DC. How many times can they do that? So if they do one addition of 50%, if they propose a second addition a number of years later, can it be 50% of now the larger building? Or is it 50% again of the original building? And could it be captured in the DC because now they've exceeded the original 50% expansion?
That's a good question. So first of all, that 50% expansion exemption only applies to industrial. So it doesn't apply to commercial.
Sorry, I misspoke on that part. But
No. I just wanted to clarify that it only applies to industrial. And so the Act says that it applies to an existing industrial building. And so what municipalities do through their DC process in many cases is they define what an existing industrial building is, because the Act does not. And so because the Act does not define an existing industrial building, then to your point, it would be a reoccurring exemption that somebody could come in, expand the building, occupy that building, come in the next day for a further expansion within 50% of that now building and receive that exemption. So what municipalities have done to prevent that is they define an existing industrial building, and your bylaw does that. And your bylaw establishes that existing industrial building as that existing on the site at the date the bylaw is passed. So every 5 years, in essence, that existing building resets.
oh. So they have to wait 5 years to get the exemption.
Correct. So the bylaws passed in 2019, whatever was in effect in 2019, they could expand by 50% and be entitled to the exemption. But if they came back within that 5-year period, because you're going to pass this bylaw again, a new bylaw in 2024. So let's say they came and did the first expansion in 2021. And then if they came in next year in 2023 and wanted to expand that building again, they would have exhausted that exemption and they would have to pay the DC.
Is that legislated that we have to renew the bylaw every 5 years and provide that exemption?
So the bylaw expires every 5 years. So at a minimum, you have to renew it every 5 years. That policy, that definition in your bylaw is entirely up to council. So again, some municipalities will have a bylaw that does not define an existing industrial building. And because they do not define it, then it's a rolling exemption, as you were referring to earlier, where somebody could come in, expand, come in the next day, expand, and continue to be exempt, right? Under that, if they don't define it. By
Okay, well,
defining it, some municipalities like yourselves define that as the building space as of the date the bylaw was passed. So in essence, resetting that every 5 years. And then some municipalities would define an existing industrial building to be the first building on the site, period.
That's the way I would prefer it, but I feel that I could just leave that with staff and they can make that determination.
And so I think, again, one thing to provide to council is because that is a definition in your bylaw and that's being provided by council, if through this amending process coming forward in potentially January of next year, if you wanted to remove that definition, or if you wanted to change that definition to go from being the space at the time in 2019 to the first building on the site, you could make that amendment through this process as well.
Just have council speak to that component quickly right now, since it is coming back in January. I hope it's clear that the concern is that they'd have a rolling exemption every 5 years, and especially since our industrial tax base and DC charges take pressures off the residentials. I would prefer it to be the initial building, thus they get one exemption. Then going forward, if they were to expand, they would pay some DC. So maybe just some conversation around that. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I think that I like that as well. You get the one exemption, and then as long as it's not deterring people from, coming into the township, I think that seems reasonable.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Balmer?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for raising this. And I think we need to be very thoughtful on how we make this change to ensure that we recognize those that have already expanded may have taken advantage of this, and sort of combine the two suggestions here that perhaps if we have the bylaws as worded now, dated 2019. So for those that already exist, that would be the date. And for any future ones, it would be the first building built on the site. So that we don't then punish those that have grown since. So that they're not then limited to what the initial building was on site. That, if you understand my meaning, it would be a different test depending on when the building is built. Otherwise, we'd have to go back to the records to figure out what the original building size was if someone has expanded since, as opposed to having a definition that includes both, being the size of 2019 and anything built since then, it's the original building. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's not a retroactive DC.
Grandfathering, yeah.
Yeah, it's whatever's existing there currently, not giving exemptions, a rolling exemption going forward. So
yeah.
Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I would agree. I guess I would just question, would we have proper records of what that initial building would be for most properties, or are there some that might date back prior to those records?
I don't know if staff wants to answer that, or I would just hope staff would come back and report on this component.
Yeah, I mean, in principle, I would agree with that.
If it's too muddy, then they'll just say it's too muddy, I would think. But Councillor Swills?
Yes, I agree in principle with the approach. Just a question. Is there any pitfalls, this question represented, any pitfalls associated with going this way?
I don't think there necessarily is any pitfalls, other than, again, if somebody is looking to expand their operation and the DC exemption is material enough, without having the exemption, would they not go ahead with that? And so, are you potentially foregoing the additional employment in your community, the additional assessment growth in your community because of the DC implications? And so again, I think that's something that would obviously be considered on a site-by-site basis. Mostly what we see is that DCs is a consideration, but not necessarily a significant consideration in those decisions that are being made for development. But to me, I think that's the only potential downside is by not having that exemption, does it prevent those expansions from occurring? That would be the only thing that I would see.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. I agree in principle, as I stated earlier, and I agree with your approach to have staff come back and see if there's any potential of doing it this way, or as you put it, does the water get muddy if we try to go back too far?
Okay. All right. Courtney or Glenn, does it need any further clarity on the issue from council, or?
I do not. Mrs. Hand, do you need any?
No, but we'll work with Watson on the wording when we bring back the bylaw for council's consideration.
Okay, perfect. All right, Ms. Hoyt-Fox, did we read the resolution for this report? I don't remember.
Yes, we did. And we have Councillor Sapoulis moving and Councillor Goida seconding.
Okay, all right. Any further comments or questions before I call a vote? All right, all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Sapoulis.
In favor.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
With council's indulgence, I would like to bring forward 9.4.2, which is page 425. This is the ARU report from Megan and Joanna. They've been waiting patiently in the gallery for us. Hi, Joanna.
Hi there, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Megan. Long time no see. All right, I don't know who wants to start, but the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just share my screen here. All right, so thank you again, Mr. Mayor and members of council. We're pleased to bring the recommendation report and proposed bylaw for additional residential units for your consideration today. The purpose of this township initiated zoning bylaw amendment is to update the township zoning bylaw to introduce changes regarding additional residential units. This amendment builds off the existing provisions in the bylaw and also implements changes from the Planning Act and the county official plan, while also considering the local context of Puslinch and best practices applied in other communities. In terms of the process so far, to kick off this zoning amendment, we started with an information meeting in November 2021, where staff provided an overview of the legislative and policy changes for additional residential units. We talked about the current requirements within the zoning bylaw, and then again, best practices that were implemented by other communities. After that, the public consultation process began and the application returned to council on April 13th for a statutory public meeting. And for this meeting, planning staff presented proposed changes to the bylaw and took in feedback. Since that time, we have considered the feedback received from council, the public, and agencies, and there have been some changes to the proposed bylaw that we'll review together this morning. In terms of public engagement, this application went to the Planning and Development Advisory Committee on April 12th. It also went to the statutory public meeting on April 13th, and 2 members of the public spoke during this meeting. There were a few themes within the comments we received at both of these meetings, and those were differentiating between additional residential units and garden suites, the number of additional residential units permitted per property, entrance options for these units, whether they could be severed from a property, maximum sizes for the units, conversions of existing buildings, distances of the units to a principal dwelling, attached additional residential unit location to a principal dwelling, and then also acceptable building types for detached additional residential units. There was also a survey that was launched on Bang the Table from April 2nd to May 1st, and we had 7 respondents to this survey, and generally respondents were supportive of the implementation of these units and were also supportive of having the units occupy the entirety of a detached accessory building. We also received comments from agencies, and they were from Grand River Conservation Authority and Conservation Halton, and both expressed no objection and provided some additional comments as well. The comments that we received through this process were considered by planning staff and have resulted in some changes to the bylaw. We received comments about the maximum size that additional residential units can be and how they're calculated. So the bylaw has both a percentage maximum and an area cap to control these unit size. And the intent is to have both provisions is to ensure that these units remain subordinate to a principal dwelling. Planning staff is proposing to increase the maximum percentage from 40%, which is in the current bylaw, to 45%, and retain the existing maximum cap of 130 meters squared. This increase in percentage allows for flexibility, especially for smaller homes when considering these units. And we note that we're not proposing an increase in the area cap at this time. And we also note that 130 square meters is one of the largest area caps that was utilized within the communities that we reviewed. Planning staff is also continuing with using floor area rather than net floor area to calculate the permitted size of additional residential units. We're also adding clarity that this would include all stories of a building. And we're proposing the introduction of the term habitable room specific for additional residential units to allow that a space that meets this definition can be actually used within those calculations. We also received comments about distances that these units can be from a primary dwelling when they're within an ancillary building. And we're suggesting increasing this distance from 15 meters to 40 meters to allow greater flexibility on where these units can be located on a property. And also clarifying that distance would generally be measured from the closest point of the primary dwelling. We had some questions about whether modular homes or mobile homes would be considered for ancillary buildings where these units are located. And the Ontario Building Code may not make a clear distinction between modular homes and typical buildings if they're both designed for people to be living within them year round. And additional residential units are considered permanent buildings rather than buildings that can be moved. So as a result of this in the definition, we've proposed to add wording that additional residential units don't include temporary buildings or structures. In terms of building height, we have adjusted the provisions for an ancillary building that contains an additional residential unit. And the intent of this is just to provide further clarification for when these provisions will be implemented without actually changing the height limit that's proposed. We're also providing clarification that these units can't be severed from a property, and this is to address comments that we received from PDAC. We also received comments regarding the conversion of existing dwellings to an additional residential unit when a new house is being proposed that's much larger, and then the original primary dwelling would be switched to the additional residential unit. Planning staff are not proposing to include any provisions within the actual zoning bylaw regarding conversions. If conversion scenarios are considered by the township, it's recommended that there is an internal process for reviewing, permitting, and then tracking these conversions. And then just for clarity, any dwelling that would be considered an additional residential unit would still need to meet the zoning provisions for these additional residential units. We also heard back from the conservation authorities in terms of hazard lands, and we've adjusted the wording of that section to address those comments. And then just a final additional clarification item is that we have proposed to adjust the wording within the core mixed use zone specifically to use the term additional dwelling unit rather than accessory residential unit, just to make a distinction between those two uses and to be in keeping with what's currently permitted within that core mixed use zone. So just to visually show you, and I can go over it briefly of what the proposal is. So we have this chart here, which shows what's currently existing in the provisions of the bylaw and then what's being proposed. There are a few changes that are just updating wording. So in terms of accessory apartments to the wording of additional residential units. In terms of the definition, we're breaking it out between attached and detached units, and then also providing clarity in terms of what kind of buildings are contemplated for detached units and the wording of this doesn't mean a temporary building or structure. We're also adding the definition of habitable room so that that can be considered when calculating the floor area for these units. And then we're proposing to remove the current section 4.2, which speaks to accessory apartments, and replace it with provisions for additional residential units. And we're breaking it out between general provisions that would apply to any unit, regardless of whether it's within or attached to a main dwelling or within an ancillary building. And then we're breaking it specifically into each of those scenarios. So you can see this first section here clarifies that you can have a maximum of 2 additional residential units where these certain types of housing are permitted. And then it breaks out general provisions for all. And you can see the floor area calculation of how it's completed here with that 45% instead of 40, and then remaining at 130. And then also the definition of a habitable room, and they include a basement. There's also other provisions in terms of height, that the unit can't be taller than the main dwelling, restricting the driveway access, requirements for servicing, that they have to meet building and fire code, and also they have to conform to requirements of minimum distance separation. There's the hazard land comments that were also reflected from the Conservation Authority, and that they can't be within a bed and breakfast. These are the provisions that drill down into when these units are attached to a primary dwelling or within. So you can see here, there's a clarification that it can be within either of those scenarios. There's also requirements for where these particular units can be located in the setbacks they're required to meet, that they have to have a separate private entrance, clarification that when these units aren't a basement, they can occupy the entirety of a basement. And then these provisions really drill down separately into when these units are within a detached building. And it talks about that they have to be in the same lot and they can't be severed, which were comments we received from PDAC, that they have to meet the yard standards where they're situated, that they have to be within an existing cluster, and they have to be within 40 meters. So that's increasing from the original 15 that was within the bylaw. There's also additional requirements, just having clarity in terms of height. So within this section, it talks about that the building can be no more than 5 meters if it occupies the majority or entirety of an ancillary building, and maybe up to 8 meters if the additional residential unit is the first story of or is above the first story of the ancillary building. There's also provisions that reflect back to the accessory buildings and structures part of the bylaw, and prohibiting garden suites on the same lot where you have a detached additional residential unit. And then this section here, there's a few updates in terms of the wording. So updating that accessory apartment term to additional residential units. There's clarification on parking, that 1 parking space is required per additional residential unit, including the parking for the principal dwelling, and that the parking can be a tandem space. And then again, we're updating the terminology here. For core mixed use zones, we have that additional dwelling unit instead of the additional residential unit, just reflecting of the permitted uses that are currently within that zone. And generally just updating definitions at the end as well. And that concludes my presentation. One note I did have is the bylaw that's before council today. If council does choose to pass that bylaw, there's just a small update that we noticed that would need to be updated to match what's within the chart there. And I can pull it up here just for clarity. So the bylaw today has, that's before you today, in referring to the maximum floor area size for all these units, it should match what's in the chart. So it's just changing the maximum total floor area and removing the word net and adding total as well. So just some clarification. Council chooses to proceed with the bylaw as is there. And that concludes my presentation, and myself and Megan Ferris are here to answer any questions.
I'm going to ask a question first, and it has been discussed. There was some response from staff, but I need layman terminology. It's around the conversion of existing dwellings from what you presented, what's in the report, and what staff have responded to council questions. My understanding is that staff is developing a process to monitor and track if an individual wants to make the existing building the ARU and build a new primary. It was strongly recommended that there was a process in place. What I'm understanding is we're working on it. Is that a very basic understanding of that scenario?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's my understanding of where the scenario is at, is that staff is working through that process. Perhaps Ms. Coit Fox can also clarify.
Yes, that's correct. Thanks, Joanna.
See multiple inquiries about that exact scenario, so I'm glad to hear that, and I look forward to hearing that that process is complete. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I have any additional questions. I appreciate you adding in the definitions specifically around the building types. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm in favor of the changes to the distance from the primary dwelling. And just reading my notes here. Yeah, and the building type. So appreciate all the work that went into this. It's really clear, and I think you've really captured all the different input that we heard at the public meeting and the engagement. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Boy, that's a congratulations to whoever wrote that report. It was a very well written, it was a pleasure to read that report, and a good presentation. But I have a couple of questions. I'm not sure, maybe I misunderstood or they weren't resolved. I can't tell. Number one, I guess, would be the suggestion still that the ARU has to be on the side or rear of the home. Again, there's so many properties that I can think of in the township where the front door is not facing the road. And if I were to just go into the township office and get a building permit to put an addition on my house, I would not be prevented from putting that addition on the roadside of my house. But if I were going to make it an ARU, and that was the best place for me to put it because my front door is not on the roadside of my house, I couldn't do that. So I'm struggling to see, when we have so many properties where the houses are set so far back from the road, why we need to continue to require this for all properties, as opposed to maybe having if it's within a certain distance or visible from the road, it has to be on the side or rear. But once it's set back a significant distance or not visible from the road, I can't quite get my head around what the municipal interest is as to where someone chooses to put the ARU in relation to their existing house. Maybe you can help me understand that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the intent behind requiring the location of these units to be to the side or the rear of the property is in those instances where these properties are visible from the road and they may change the way that the properties interact with the street. For these provisions, we're trying to capture everybody across the township and to have them fit into all of these different examples, noting that there are many properties within rural areas where the house may not be visible and it may not interact or cause any disruption essentially in terms of how this house may interact with the road in those rural settings. At this point, we are just trying to capture broadly all these different kinds of scenarios that could happen. So there is the opportunity for someone that may be rurally located to apply for a variance if that is their best option, to have it on the front of the property. There are a few options today in terms of whether this section, if it's council's desire to remove that requirement from the bylaw, that's a possibility as well. But generally, we're trying to capture these kinds of situations across the entire township, noting that there will be situations where maybe these provisions don't necessarily make a lot of sense if you can't see it from the property. This is also kind of our first kick at the can with these provisions. So we can also evaluate as applications come in if there's more instances where these are on rural properties, and then maybe that's an adjustment that we make down the road to reflect those kinds of situations. But at this point, our approach has been to apply this across the entire township, noting that there are different scenarios that may play out.
Thank you. And I guess you've identified my concern is that it doesn't speak to addressing the specific concern. It applies that concern to all properties that don't create the problem. And yes, they have an opportunity to go for a variance, but there's a cost and to that minor variance, which could be sufficient enough to dissuade someone from entering a process that enables other people to comment on it, review it, all these things. And so if we're already comfortable with the idea that if it's not visible from the road or if it's set back in a certain distance, I'm just wondering why we couldn't have built that into the provisions Because I don't disagree with it being retained, especially in the urban areas or where the houses are all facing the road and have a certain look, and to maintain all that makes perfect sense. But if we already know we have situations that we're not concerned about, I'd like to build it into the policy right from the beginning to avoid having to amend it later, if you know what I mean. Is that possible?
I can interject. What if we base it on lot size? So you could either write it as 1 hectare or less, or whatever the minimum consent size is now. Because that's where the issue may arise, where it'll change the appearance from the road. That it, I don't want to put a shall, but you could write it as 1 hectare or less. It is desirable the ARU is in the rear of the yard. That way it doesn't require a minor variance, and then it captures all those other properties that if they're over 1 hectare. Would that give enough leniency initially there, Councillor Bulmer, that we could get this bylaw passed?
I'd leave that to the planners, but again, if the house is right up against the road, I understand their concern. That's why I'm thinking about building into the bylaw that either if it's not visible from the road or already set back X number of meters from the road, it's not a concern because it's not part of a building cluster, and it's not visible.
So Megan or Joanna, is there a way we could capture some language today that would allow some leniency there? I agree with Councillor Balmer that requiring them to go to a minor variance is expensive. I'm going to say this, and the county may not like it, but the fee structure for minor variance is controlled by the county, and we had a near miss recently that fee was going to go up exponentially. So things that are not within our control, I would like to not have it imposed on our residents as a de facto way of getting these things. So yeah, is there any language that you could put in there that you'd be comfortable with, that maybe would address with Councillor Balmer's concerns?
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a couple more questions?
Absolutely.
And make statements, as I like to do. Just one clarification item. I like the idea and the train of thought of like a lot size. Is there any interest in a zone type as well? Like if we're thinking about like an urban area versus the rural area, like does this really more so have a bigger effect if we're not only dealing with lot size, but we're more so in the urban center? Are you thinking maybe like, would it maybe make more sense to put it in that context? And then the other thought too is to say a term like it may not be visible from the road is, and I just think we find in practice with some other provisions in the bylaw, like it can be very hard to really drill that into someone about what that is, because it is very subjective about what visibility might be. But I'm wondering if maybe we could put some parameters. We could say, within the residential zones, the siting of said unit shall be only 2, or something to that effect, like clarifying that it's a zone that has like a residential zone category versus agriculture. Or we could say, and shall not be, the siting of said unit shall only be to the rear or side of the principal detached dwelling, except for lots that are zoned as agriculture. Like, do you want to take that approach, a zone versus lot size, or zone and lot size?
May I respond, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. No, I agree. I understand where you're going, and I support your thinking. But I guess the other nub of my concern is that I can walk in and get a building permit today to put an addition on the front side of my house, and with no concerns. So we're introducing a test here that doesn't exist today, and still won't exist if I'm just putting an addition on for any purpose. And then 5 years from now, I wouldn't be allowed to change that into an additional residential unit, even though it doesn't change the look of the house. It's just because the additional residential unit is now on the house side or on the road side of the house, it wouldn't be allowed. So it's a multifactorial piece that I'm looking at, but I think you're getting very close to coming up with something I could live with.
And maybe through you, Mr. Chair, just to that point as well, I think the other thing to think about is, and I totally get the point, like if you just do a normal addition and it's additional living space, or say it's an attached garage, you know, you wouldn't necessarily have these same limits provided you meet all your setbacks. I guess the other thing is it all come down to how it might function. Like perhaps if you're doing an addition to an ARU, the look and feel of the house would change more drastically. Like it looks like two houses attached essentially to one another. Like we've seen that kind of visual impact. It could mean how the site functions in the sense of like where parking may be, or more parking might be clustered, or also where like a septic system might be located, because we're also tending to find, I think initially we thought septic systems would be shared, and that's not the case. There's two separate septic systems typically for these units. So lots of, I guess in my mind, lots of reasons to keep it, but I do hear what you're saying, that it's, you know, that maybe that needs to be considered. But I guess then also, did you not want to see this at all? Like, is that something that you'd maybe like to see it removed, or would you prefer us just to look at scenarios as well, just looking for council's
Thank you.
thoughts?
I'm not looking for it to be removed completely. I'm just looking for it to reflect what we're trying to achieve, as opposed to being a shotgun approach. And so that's why I appreciate what you're talking about. If it really, all the concerns I've heard in the planning report speak to subdivisions and other, you know, densely populated urban hamlets and things like that. It makes perfect sense so people can preserve the look of their house, and your points regarding looking like two houses joined by a hallway. But is that a municipal interest in a rural area? I'm not sure. And again, sometimes we have clusters of homes on small lots in the agricultural area, which is why your suggestion of a combination of zoning and size, lot size, might be the appropriate fix for this, so that that we can exempt the vast majority from a minor variance while enabling, you know, this to happen on all lots at the same time. Does that make sense?
It does.
I have a question for staff. I believe the intent was to approve this today. I know there's a lot of people in the community waiting for this to be approved. So I'm just wondering, is it possible to approve the majority of the bylaw and still have this component being worked on?
So the chair, I think it would not be ideal to do that. I think ideally it would be you approve it as is or approve as amended if we're going to do it all today. I'm just wondering if we were to, just thinking big picture, because there's more questions, I'm sure, and maybe some adjustments suggested. Would it make sense, and we've done this with other scenarios, for us to take it away, make some quick adjustments, and then I'm just wondering how quickly we could get it back on an agenda.
Yeah, I don't like the scenario of putting you under pressure right here to draft up wording. And so if it has to come back, it has to come back. And we have a meeting, one in July and one in August. So, I mean, 2 months on the grand scheme of thing is not the end of the world, but I just recognize there's a lot of people in the community are excited about this. Councilor Bowman, do you have further questions, or can I move on to Councilor Guida?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I have one other point.
Yep, go ahead.
And I regarding the percentage and the cap, I was comfortable with 40%, so I guess I don't have an issue with 45 per se. And I agree that the 130 square meters is more than adequate. Where I struggle is with the trying to figure out how to use these new definitions in terms of floor area, floor space, net floor, whatever it is, and how that would apply to a freestanding or a standalone ARU. I have no issues or questions regarding the built-in or attached ones. But similar to the other concern, I think in my mind, what we're trying to get at is that the overall size of the building from the outside is 45% or a maximum of X, you know, that it looks like it's smaller than, that it is smaller than the existing one. And when I read what's proposed, I can't figure out if I wanted to put a small bungalow next to a large house, if the basement of the bungalow would be considered as part of this calculation or not, even if I built it as an unfinished basement and was going to live on the main floor. Because in my mind, what we're trying to achieve is that all floors above ground, what's above ground of the main house is bigger than what's above ground of the separate house, so that the separate house is the maximum of 45% of what's above ground of the big house. You see what I'm saying? So a much simpler assessment, so that we're not limited to a bungalow that's, say, 500 square feet in the main floor and 500 square feet in the basement. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, the floor area calculation that we've proposed would include all stories of either dwelling. So in an instance where you would have a basement for the additional residential unit, that would be contemplated within that 45%, and the size area cap as well as the main house in terms of its existing size. It would include all stories within that, and the basement would be included. And it has to do with the definition of that habitable room that we're proposing be included as well, of when that's also included within floor area. So it's a space that has to essentially be usable as part of the main unit. So that percent coverage, depending on how it's broken out within the accessory dwelling unit within an accessory building, it would still be capped with that 45% and include all stories, as long as they're meeting that definition of floor area and including the habitable room.
So just to clarify, does that mean is an unfinished basement a habitable room or not? If someone submits a building permit with an unfinished basement, is that habitable or not habitable?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can pull up that proposed definition here. So the definition for the habitable room that we've proposed, it states that it shall mean any room in a dwelling unit used or capable of being used by one or more persons for living, sleeping, eating, food preparation, or sanitation.
Yes, that's as to my question. I can sit in an unfinished basement. I can eat in an unfinished basement. I can sleep in an unfinished basement. So does that make it considered a habitable room and part of the calculation for a freestanding ARU?
Through the chair, it would be subjective, I think. And I think it also is subjective in the sense of like what an unfinished basement is. I'm envisioning it in my head, and maybe you got some flooring in, that's nice, and maybe it's not. Maybe you got some drywall up, and maybe you have a couch in there, and that's livable space. I think what we're trying to capture, and again, we do struggle because it's all these different scenarios that could come about, and we're trying to add some flexibility, is that, you know, the typical, you know, basement, there's a definition of it in terms of like where it is in relation to a story on a house, but it doesn't describe what it would look like. But in my mind, it's what would make something unlivable. And I think about my own context is like, and everybody is different, so there is some subjective nature to it, where I have like concrete floors, our pumping, our water pumps there, all our mechanical aspects are there. The windows are in existence, but like hardly, there's no sunlight through them. So there's like a different context of what livable might mean. So I definitely can appreciate the comment that maybe it's not as clear as you were hoping, even more so, but that was our attempt to try to provide that clarity. Is it habitable or not? And then there's a discretion. Not habitable, okay, not included. If it's habitable, okay, it's included. And the other thing we just want to be really careful with, and can absolutely appreciate, like when you're dealing with an ARU, that visually it needs to look smaller. But the other thing we need to think about too, because that is very important, is that it function as a smaller unit too. We've definitely seen some communities, it's not everybody, it wasn't very common, that some communities have said you can have 1 to 2 bedrooms, like to really narrow down the scale. And then other scenarios, what we are trying to avoid is then, you know, if someone has, you know, an ARU, it's quite large, and then they have the basement the exact same size, and ultimately you have double the gross floor area that you could actually live in, and then more people could actually physically live in there. And then also you're dealing with more septic requirements, more traffic to and from the site, parking. There's just many variables.
And I recognize that. I think that's you've identified my primary concern is how subjective this is and how open to interpretation it is. And I'd be looking for something much clearer, much like you suggested, 1 or 2 bedrooms, perhaps, area above grade, you know, floors above ground grade, so that we know exactly what's counted. It's clear there's no subjectivity to it, because what I can live in is a whole lot different from what other people would consider habitable. So those would be my comments, but thank you so much.
And through the chair, and just maybe one option we can consider, and I know we may not necessarily make a decision today, is that we could remove the term living from it. So then it talks about needing to actually be able to have sleeping accommodations, like actual washroom facilities. So that could provide a distinction as well.
Yeah, I was just running some math here. I'm a square foot man when it comes to buildings. I don't know why, but 130 square meters works out to 1,400 square feet, or is it 1,500? I just did the calculation. Anyways, so if you include the basement, that means you can only have 466 square feet, because even though there's utilities down there, there's going to be a line on that floor where you're going to determine that it's livable and you're far enough away from the HVAC. So to me, I don't want the basement in the calculation. I think a 1,400 square foot floor area for the main floor and the upper floor is modest. And if it's a bungalow still, that's 1,400 square feet. So I kind of share the concerns with Councillor Bulmer on how they're determining that square footage. I recognize it still needs to be secondary, but I'm worried that including the basement in the calculation, the main floor, and if they put a secondary, that's going to be quite small, but maybe that's the intent. But I don't feel that's the desire of the public at this point. But I'll let you come back with your definitions as Councillor Bulmer has highlighted that concern, and we'll go from there. Who's up next? Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. I really only had one question, and I think it is very similar to that of Mayor Seely. There has been quite a bit of interest, at least to me, for this this idea of conversion. And it sounds like the zoning bylaw does not require any language, because it would just be permitted by the language that's there now. But that is more of a process that is established internally, and I have heard that staff are working on that. But I'm just curious, should the zoning amendment be approved, not today, but perhaps at our next meeting, how soon could that process be implemented to allow conversions to be permitted, provided they meet the requirements of the bylaw?
So through you, Mr. Chair, and it might be, I don't want to speak for staff, but we've definitely flagged it, and I think we have it sounds like we've scheduled a meeting to talk about it a little bit more. So in my mind, and ideally, we would have that sorted out before this bylaw is passed, and maybe Ms. Hoyt-Fox can confirm if that's something that sounds reasonable, so I don't set commitments that are outside of my control.
Yeah, thank you, Megan. That's correct. We're already working on this. We have some processes in place already that we're looking at. We're just, depending on how the conversation goes, looking to finalize those so we can have them ready for when the bylaw is adopted.
Okay, so they could potentially both happen concurrently at the next council meeting.
Yes, correct.
Please, Matthew.
Okay, okay. Yeah, okay, sounds good. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Yes, two comments. First of all, I really have heartburn why we can't specifically have a clause in the bylaw that says conversion units will be words of effect that will be acceptable provided they meet the area requirements. I really don't understand why that can't be done clearly rather than relying on a process. To me, we're all here today. 20 years from now, probably none of us will be here, and somebody else will come along and say, "Well, we interpret this bylaw differently." We've had that with the bylaw with respect to soil excavation. We have once a chief building officer comes in and interprets it one way, another one interprets it the other way. I really don't like ambiguity if we can clarify that.
As well, Councillor Schools.
Okay. So I'd like to see that if at all possible. It just makes it clear to everybody. There's no skullduggery behind the scenes. That's clear, and that's it. The comment that Council Bloomer made, I was wondering, why can't we just say the siting of the unit shall be to the rear or the side of the principal detached dwelling, to the rear or side of the detached dwelling relative to the front door. In other words, the front door is on the one side. You can do it. Like, I don't understand the issue there. Somebody puts a Council Boomer wants to put a extension on the back of his property. I don't see what the problem is. He's far enough away. You mentioned the issue of agricultural. Well, there's some agricultural properties are very, they're set back. They're on a 1 acre lot, they're set back. And they would be putting it in front. So if we say clearly saying it's either to the rear or the side of the front door, that makes it very clear you can do that. But if you're set back tight against the fence, well, too bad, you're not going to be able to put it in front.
I think staff are going to, Megan, are going to come back to us, and you know, they may address it through the sizing or the wording, but they've obviously heard from us. And my belief is that whatever wording you come back, I'll just use the urban centers as an example. If it states, you know, through the zoning, the urban, it shall be in this, or it's advised to be in the side of the rear, would they still be able to come for a minor variance to that, to ask to be put in the front, and staff would be able to look at it and say, well, yes, this doesn't impact the sight line and we support it, or you don't. It won't be a complete prohibition. There will still be a mechanism in these other zones to apply for a minor variance to still get it where it may fit.
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be the approach in situations where, like in the urban areas, someone could come in, and that gives staff the opportunity to actually look at the site to see if that's something that makes sense within the context of that particular situation.
I think that's a good way. Staff will come back, Councilor Spillis. They've heard your comments, and then it'll still give some opportunities to the, you know, smaller lot sizes, or in the old school Hamlet residential, whatever it's called now, zoning. So,
Just one last comment with respect to the basement area. I know where you're coming from, but certainly my concern is somebody builds a 1,400 square foot home, 2 stories. That means they got 700 square feet down in the basement. Perhaps they can put a wording in there that says capable by renovation to be livable space. In other words, you're not going to, if there's a section of the basement that you can put drywall up and segregate it from the HVAC equipment, heating equipment, and that should be considered in the total. So that's my consideration on that.
I don't know if Andrew's here or not. Our building inspector, Andrew, do you have to build a basement in Ontario? No.
You don't have to build a basement.
Right.
If the ground's not suitable, you don't need to build a basement. If you're wet ground, you don't build a basement.
Right. So if they don't want the basement including their square footage, they could build a on slab and have all the square footage above grade, and there's options.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my 2 cents on this basement stuff. I really don't want to throw it too far open, but certainly there's got to be some sort of middle ground between what you're saying and what I'm saying.
Okay. Sounds like they'll verify the definition of living space for us at the next draft, and some of those other comments, capture them. I believe Megan and Joanna. Any further comments for anyone? So if I have you read the resolution, please.
The council received the County of Wellington recommendation report regarding the internal zoning bylaw amendment, additional residential units, and the council direct planning staff to bring forward a bylaw incorporating the revisions as discussed at the July council meeting.
Mover for that, please. Close, seconder. Councilor Guetta and Megan, Joanna, is there a good chance we'll see this in July? Or will it be maybe August?
through the chair, provided that we internally we'll be able to pull that all together. And provided there's no issues with us being scheduled for that time frame, I don't see an issue with that.
Great news. Okay, all in favor, Councillor Bailey,
Yep, in favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
All right, we're gonna take a 30-minute break for lunch. Thank you, Joanna, Megan, appreciate your time.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, welcome back from our short break, and I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Bailey,
Present.
Councillor Balmer,
Here.
Councillor Goida,
Present.
and Councillor Spillis.
Present.
Ms. White Fox, I believe we are on 9.2.3, purchase of budget solution. Let's pull that up. Good. See who's presenting this. Ms. Hassan? Is that the right one, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, I have the same one.
All right, I'll have you read out the resolution, please.
That report FIN 2022-025 entitled Purchase of a Budget Solution be received, and the council authorized the award for the purchase and implementation of a budget solution to Questica Software Incorporated to be funded by the Ontario Municipal Modernization Funding.
Move for that, please. Somebody. Councillor Bailey, second by Councillor Goida. All right, Ms. Hassan.
So very good news for the township and council. Just as we continue to modernize, Marella and I did undergo a significant a request for quote process with 2 vendors. We also looked at what our municipal partners are doing in terms of budget solutions, and the recommendation is that we award the request for quotation to Questica, just based on the budget impacts, as well as the demonstrations that were provided by Questica. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have on this matter.
I'm muted.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Just very quiet.
I'm very quiet.
Oh, hear you now.
Any questions from Councillor Bailey?
Oh, thank you. Mary, can you just confirm, I think I read in the report that you're suggesting that we use modernization funding rather than the technology initiative budget item?
You have to interject, Councillor Bailey. Maybe shut your video off. I don't know if it's an internet thing or a microphone thing, but it's very difficult to hear you.
Okay. Yeah, this laptop's having trouble. Mary, I was just gonna ask, I think in the report I read that you were suggesting we use the modernization funding rather than the technology initiative budget item that was originally set aside for this. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The budget item of the 100,000 that was proposed in previous year budgets was proposed prior to the implementation of the provincial modernization funding. So it's recommended that we utilize the provincial modernization funding, as that funding is to support modernization in this respect. So that is staff's recommendation.
That's great. So does that mean that it leaves that 100,000 budget item available for other initiatives?
Exactly. So that budget item that was in the 2020 budget included several different initiatives. And so that funding, and there was a capital budget sheet prepared in 2020 with several initiatives, and one of the initiatives was a budget system.
Right. Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions about the actual programs, but thanks.
No problem.
You hear me, Councillor Palmer?
No, I can, yep.
Is going.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, finance staff, for this report. I'd have one question relates to being a wholly on cloud or cloud solution, will there be, I always worry if we get disconnected out here in the countryside or can't access it. Will there be regular local backups of the information that's put up on the cloud in case the cloud goes down, or how does that work in the event that we can't access the cloud resource?
So I'm not sure if the proposal provided by Questica had that detail. Ms. Oltien, do you remember seeing that?
No, there was nothing indicating what's the alternative plan if the cloud goes down. However, from experience, we know that the cloud is something that it's very rarely that goes down. The difficulty would be for us having an unstable or low internet connection in accessing the cloud. But from what we know from the local businesses or even the internet that we currently have at home, we should be able to access a cloud solution. I will ask the question for Questica as to how is the backup for the cloud if the cloud goes down.
Yes, thank you, because it isn't so much that we have use of the software if the cloud goes down, it's just that we don't want to lose our data if there's a ability to have weekly or monthly or daily backups at the end of workday so that we can start again where we stopped, or we don't lose records or whatever the situation may be. So thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, backup will continue to be done on a regular basis through the cloud solution. So there will be backup. It's a question of how we access the cloud if something goes down at their end.
Understood. But those backups could be done locally as well then? So we could access the backups? No, okay.
Backups are not being done locally. Everything is done on the cloud. All the backups that they will do, they will have different sequences of the budget solution on the cloud.
So we will never actually have a copy of our own work.
In terms of a physical copy of the work, no, because the solution is on cloud. That is correct.
You can tell my age. I always like to have a copy locally in case I can't get it from somebody else. So thank you.
Councillor Bulmer, we will ask those clarification questions. And we did have OnServe also review the quote in terms of the information technology components, and they didn't have any concerns with it, but we will definitely ask those clarification questions prior to entering into the agreement.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah, this is pretty exciting. I'm sure probably definitely for our finance department, this is an exciting project to undertake. I initially thought that it would be like one big piece of software that would do the budget and the asset management, but I understand now that they're two separate things and that neither option actually has the capability of integrating the asset management software. But it does sound as though Questica has a bit of a workaround in terms of importing and exporting. So is that, maybe this is a question for Mary, do you anticipate that to be a pretty, labor intensive project to be able to import and export from one to the other, or is it a pretty straightforward thing?
I don't anticipate it being too difficult, just based on how they've explained the import and export of the data would work, like with CSV files. We do this a lot right now as it relates to Keystone. I don't anticipate it being too difficult. But unfortunately, this was a feature that the automatic integration wasn't possible with any of the solutions presented. So,
yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
As long as staff are happy and achieves what they want to achieve, I'm fine with that.
All in favor, Councillor Bailey?
I am in favor.
Councillor Palmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
All right. I believe this is 9.3.1, and that's corporate work plan. See who's presenting now. Mr. Schwendinger.
Yep, thank you. So this is our mid-year update on the corporate work plan that council approved early in the year, just to give you a snapshot of where things are. The projects that have been completed, the ones that are progressing well. Generally, we are on schedule for the majority of the items, and things are looking positive. We've got a summary list there of all the projects that have been completed already. And it's not intended to give you a whole lot of detailed information, just a good snapshot of the key projects that are underway. So all the department heads, I believe, are present with the exception of our fire chief. So if you have any specific questions on them, they could, the appropriate department head could respond to that. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilor Bailey?
No, I have no questions, but as always, I appreciate this visual presented to us. So thank you.
Councilor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schwindinger. This is always appreciate these reports. It's the closest thing I have to a physical inbox and in tray and out tray on all the staff desks to see that things are actually changing. So it's very helpful for us to understand the workload that you and your staff are dealing with. So thank you.
Councilor Goyda?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have any questions, but again, I similar to the other members of council, I definitely appreciate this report, and it is really great to see how much work has actually been achieved already throughout this plan. So thank you.
Work. Ms. Whitefox, can you read the resolution, please?
I think Ms.
Oh,
Just
John, sorry. Sorry, John.
I'm fine. It's a great tool. It certainly provides insight, as the councilwoman mentioned, into what's happening. And I echo the sentiments. A lot of work's going into this, and keeps everybody fully informed.
Yeah, Ms. Whitefox, the resolution, please.
I report ADM 2022-035 regarding the 22 corporate work plan update be received for information.
I'm going to move it, please. Councilor Spoola, second by Councilor Goyda. All in favor? Councilor Bailey?
In favor.
Councilor Balmer?
In favor.
Councilor Goyda?
In favor.
Councilor Spools?
In favor.
Is my mic still quiet? Has it improved at all? No, it has improved?
Now it's good. Yep.
Okay.
It's better now.
All right.
Thank you.
Leave it alone. I was gonna close Zoom, but just let me know if it gets worse again, and then I'll restart Zoom or something. All right, 9.3.2, Mr. Bunn.
All right, through you, Mr. Mayor, this report is to present council with the 2023 proposed Recreation Committee budget. Just in highlight that the budget does not ask for an increase. It's status quo from 2022 and 2021. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
All right. Councilor Bailey, any questions?
I did have a question, and I'm sorry if I'm going to put anyone on the spot here, but I just wondered, coming out of COVID, has the committee discussed the need for an increase in budget for any like community well-being engagement or something along those lines?
I'm sorry, Councilor, I missed I think the key part of your question, something engagement. Was it public engagement or, I'm sorry?
Yeah, like a community well-being engagement sort of coming out of COVID and the need for an increase in budget.
Yes, so there is, and I don't know if this would answer your question, Councilor Bailey, but I'll just share that as part of the budget last year, you might recall that we decided to consolidate our advertising for the rec committee along with the corporate advertising budget. So money has been set aside there to push forward with public engagement and in tapping into some of our resources like Engage Plus Lunch. So that money has been captured as part of the corporate fund, but not with Recreation Committee. Is that what you were looking for?
A little bit more engaging the community in terms of like coming together and promoting well-being and sort of a recreational focus.
Okay, so for that then, I'm not aware of any conversation that the committee has had, but what we could do is refer this back to the committee to have them take a look at that and report back to council.
I don't think that's necessary, but
Okay.
just wondering if there was conversation around that.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Councillor Palmer,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions.
Councillor Goida,
I have no questions. Thanks.
Councillor Spillis.
Just a quick question. Do we need to see reports like this? So they're going to come through as part of the budget process. We can discuss it at that time. It just seems staff are taking the time to prepare it and we're taking the time to look at it.
Mr. CEO. Did you hear me, Mr. CAO?
Sorry, yeah. Yes, we definitely could just incorporate it at the time of budget preparation, because this is for the upcoming year, not the current year. So, Mrs. Hand, do you see any challenge, or Ms. White Fox, any challenge with just incorporating this as part of the budget process?
I think in this case, it was pretty self-explanatory because the budget hadn't changed, but Ms. White Fox, can you maybe elaborate?
Yes, for sure. I apologize. My internet is unstable right now. So if I cut out, just let me know. I think the purpose of this report in general is to bring forward any budget requests based on goals and objectives that the committee established. And if any of those, need some council input in advance of the budget process that we would do with the finance team, because there is quite a bit of work that the subcommittees do in preparation for those budget sheets. And so if there's anything that council is not looking for, it's helpful to know it in advance before the subcommittees start that work. So this year, it doesn't look like there's anything out of the ordinary that's coming forward or anything that's different from last year, but there could be in future years. So we can just be mindful of that. And if there's no big changes, then we can talk about whether or not the report needs to be brought forward at that time.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
I'm not muted. My computer's acting up. I don't know what's going on. I might have to shut down Zoom and start again, but sounds like maybe there's other people having internet issues, so it could be a bigger thing. All right, so Ms. White Fox, did we read the resolution for that one? I don't believe we did.
So what's being requested is just to receive it for information.
I get a mover for that, please. Councillor Spillis, second by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spillis.
In favor.
All right, 9.3.3. Oh, it's Mr. Fun again. You're muted, Mr. Bunn.
Sorry about that. So thank you, Mayor Sealy. The purpose of this report is to provide council with the Recreation Committee's recommendation regarding parking for the tractor pull event for the Aberfoyle Fall Fair. The recommendation lays out three different steps and options that are available for that event. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll note too that the Director of Public Works is here, who's been active in the conversations as well for this.
Councillor Bailey,
I have no questions.
Councillor Palmer,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy Clerk. I was glad to read in this report that the Rec Committee or members of the Rec Committee worked directly with the Agricultural Society to ensure that their concerns, their needs were heard and addressed through this process. So I'm hoping that as the fair rolls out this year, the Rec Committee will be equally open to listening to any concerns that come up after the fact in terms of whether this plan worked or not. And I say that because, you know, there are maybe other solutions that may need to come into play in the future. For example, if this doesn't work out, I want to make sure that we consider all options, like the sod protection mats that people can rent for when vehicles need to park on grassed areas to, to protect those areas so that we don't preclude other solutions in the future if this doesn't work just as proposed. And that's all. I just want to make sure the door stays open for further discussions. Thank you.
Councilor Goyda?
Yeah, thank you. I agree that it's a good suggestion, Councillor Bulmer, and maybe that's something that we could take back to the rec committee for kind of like for the subcommittee to have kind of like a debriefing with the agricultural society to sort of, what worked, what didn't, and what can we do better next year. So that could be sort of like an after project for the subcommittee to complete once the fair has resumed and we see how it goes.
Louis?
Yes, I support what Councilor Bulmer and Councilor Goyda is saying. Certainly, after the fact, try to improve things. If it needs improvement, is a great process to go through. I don't have any specific comments on the report.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the idea of the follow-up, and I'm quite pleased that we got ahead of this, that, there wasn't issues on the Thursday before the fall fair or something like that, and everybody starts calling the mayor. So it's good work by everybody, and it sounds like a good couple options or a few options here. So Ms. White Fox, do you have the resolution, please?
Yes, so do we want to just amend it slightly to include that follow-up after the 2022 fall fair by the rec committee?
Wouldn't hurt. I'm neither here nor there on it. Trying to fix my computer.
So the motion is that the report REC 2022-009 entitled Aberfoyle Fall Fair Parking be received, and that council endorse the recreation committee's recommendation to address parking for the tractor pull event as indicated in the report, and further that the approved recommendations be forwarded to the Aberfoyle Agricultural Society, and that the recreation committee provide council an update after the 2022 fall fair takes place.
Move it for that, please. Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Goyda. All in favor. Councilor Bailey,
In favor.
Councilor Bulmer,
In favor.
Councilor Goyda,
In favor.
Councilor Spillis.
In favor?
All right, I'm going to disconnect and restart Zoom because we have the street naming policy, and it's very frustrating not knowing if you guys can hear me or not. So I'm just going to quickly disconnect and come back. Hopefully that worked. Do I need to do a roll call, Mr. Swinburne? Because I left?
No, I don't believe you do.
Okay. All right, 9.3.4. Who's presenting this? Ms. White Fox.
Thank you. I'm going to try with my video on, but I'm struggling a little bit with internet today, so I may have to turn it off if you can let me know if my audio breaks out a little bit.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So this is the third draft of the municipal street naming policy that's before council today for consideration. And this is a follow-up from the April meeting where council asked for a number of revisions to the draft policy. And so just to summarize what we're seeing in this version on this agenda today, the policy underwent a legal review, which was requested by council. And based on that legal review, there's been a number of changes throughout the draft policy to incorporate specifically some legislation and then just some wording improvements. The legal review also confirmed for staff that a public meeting prior to the adoption of the policy is not a mandatory requirement, but it is a discretionary decision that could be made by council if necessary. Some other notable revisions in this draft include the 50% cost sharing between the township and the requester for approved renaming requests that are in non-compliance with the naming standards within the policy. And the naming standards themselves reflect an additional term that's been added, which incorporates sections 4, 5, and 6. So when we speak of naming standards, it's referring to those 3 sections of the policy. In addition, staff were asked to incorporate a test into the policy prior to staff initiating circulation of any documents to the public, as well as prior to drafting a staff report. And this test is to determine that the application is meeting the provisions of the policy. And so that's been incorporated into the draft policy in sections 7, 8, and 9.
You're cutting out, Courtney.
The fee structure was converted into a chart form and then reading it for the various types of applications. We've also added the section 12, which talks about validity, which is a very common provision that we see in our bylaws, policies, and that type of those types of legislation. And finally, staff were also requested to review the council support resolution relating to Bill C-313, which was banning symbols of hate, and how the draft policy contemplates what was supported by council, more specifically, how it contemplates names that may have multiple meanings and multiple. And so this concern was primarily based on how the context of a name is being considered within the draft policy and how it would address it. And so the way the policy aims to address this is by having a rationale being a requirement as part of the submission requirements for a renaming request, as well as a peer review process being included into the policy as well, just to determine through the expertise of a consultant what's being requested is accurate. And this information would form part of a staff report that council would have further consideration before making a decision on a renaming. And that's a summary of the changes that are seen in this version of the policy, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Okay, I'm going to try to talk here. One question I had, Courtney, in regards to the fee chart, the very last part on page 14, it talks about on the street of the township. It doesn't specify whether it's in the township or on the street. That's what's been taken out. It says the township and or registered property owner within the township. Was that done intentional, or should it be on the street?
It's hard to hear you, Councillor Bailey.
Maybe I can send my questions.
We heard you there.
When I'm not talking.
Can you Coles note it? Can you make it really short when it's clear?
On the chart, page 14, final column. Should the property owner on the street instead of within the township?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, so as I understand the question, it's the chart at the end that summarizes the procedure for each type of application, and you're asking if the who can initiate the request be limited to a property owner on the street rather than somebody within the township. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
Staff proposed it in this way in the draft simply because residents within the municipality may feel affected by a street name that is in non-compliance with the policy. And so the way it's been drafted is staff did not want to limit that to somebody who lives on the street, but rather those that are residents within the community that may be affected or within the township as a whole.
Okay. My second question is in regards to, I like that you've added the rationale and the peer review. I've a lot of questions around who that third party is, what standards they'd be basing their decisions on, what perspective or biases that they have. It's still a bit highly subjective to me. I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
You hear that?
Sure, I think I caught most of that. It's about who would be used as a peer reviewer. Is that correct?
As the third party. Yeah.
Yes. So, and can you hear me okay? Sorry, I can't tell if I'm freezing or not. Okay. So you're right that it is subjective, and that is because we could have a number of different types of requests that could come in. And an example that staff looked at was within the naming categories, there is the ability to name it after, for instance, like a flora, something that's something naturally occurring within the area. It could be, you know, a name of a plant or a species or something that somebody's looking to recognize because it's specific to their community. And so in that case, staff would be looking to have perhaps an ecologist take a look at the request to confirm that this is accurate. It does exist, it is relevant to the community. Likewise, we could have something to do with a person that they're looking to honor, and they're giving information about that person. They could be somebody that we would require a historian to look into that to confirm that information for council. So the reason that it's left quite broad in that we would require third-party review is that that third-party specialist could be a number of people that we would look for. And the idea is that it's an independent third party that the township would retain. So the hope is that there wouldn't be a bias with that consultation that's prepared for staff.
Okay, thank you for those examples. Okay, that's helpful.
Councillor Bulmer?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I must admit this bit reads, it's very concise now. It's very easy to understand the process. The language is really tightened up beautifully on the bylaw. So kudos to staff and whoever you engaged to work with you to bring it to this point. And the idea of the rationale and someone to help with the test, a third party to help with the test to determine which category a request falls into, only it just increases the need to make sure that our intentions as laid out in the wording of this policy are as clear as they can be, because it may not be us. None of us may be here when this policy is applied 5 years from now or 10 years from now. And they don't know what our intent was. So we want to make sure we get it clear now, which is why I guess there's four clauses that I would like to speak to that staff have addressed or moved to address. I guess the first one would be, I guess it's 5.2.2. I like the fact that I like the change that staff have made to that clause to clarify the language. I think that makes it much better. I appreciate the attempt at, I think it's 5.2.3 to move away from the term secondary meaning and use the term alternate meaning, but I still have concerns here that it doesn't identify that needs to be a commonly understood alternate meaning. And I think what we're trying to get at here is that it's not any alternate meaning that someone could write a rationale about or dig up from another country. I think of the movie The Spy That Shagged Me. perfectly acceptable movie title here in North America had to be changed to be shown in England. You know, so I think what we want to make sure is that when we're going to talk about alternate meanings, these are alternate commonly used or commonly understood meanings, whatever the appropriate language is, to make sure that we're not indicating that the test needs to be, if any alternate meaning can be determined to be offensive or then it's not acceptable. I guess the next one I think relates to road names that, and this is the concern I have with the language here, road names that could be construed as being an advertisement for a business. Could be construed is so subjective and is such a low test that, you know, so many of our existing road names would never have been allowed because someone could construe them as being an advertisement. Leslie Road could be construed as an advertisement for Leslie Sand and Gravel in Rockwood. Maltby Road could be construed as an advertisement for Maltby Meats on Gordon Street or on Brock Road. Closer to home, Watson Road could be construed as an advertisement for Watson and Associates, a consultant that the township has used for a long time. So I don't have an issue with what this clause is trying to get at, but I think could be construed is a much too low a test. It needs to be something that is more in line with, there has to be some easily understandable intent or effect of the choice of the name. Because you think of Maple Leaf Lane is only just a few meters down the road from Maple Leaf Foods. There's someone could easily construe that as being a relationship. At the same time, we look at the fact that this clause doesn't limit the clause to existing businesses. It's former, existing, and future businesses, because it's not limited to existing businesses. That suggests that the pre-existence of a road doesn't allow it to stay. It opens it up for the test. So we think we need to acknowledge that if a road was there first, it's not a problem if a business moves in after the fact. Similarly, there's no geographic limit to this clause. And this just opens up the door. I don't know how even a third party would be able to satisfy a test to this. I understand, I don't disagree with what we're trying to achieve in this clause, but I think it needs to be just tweaked a little bit, as was done with other clauses, to clarify what we're trying to achieve and make it somewhat more objective. And I guess the last point would be, you mentioned public meetings, and I guess one of my last point would be about the costs. We've talked about costs that a resident would face or costs that a business might face that's on a road. But when we consider this policy only applies to two types of roads in the township, and those are township-owned roads in the township and privately owned roads in the township, I am concerned that we haven't reached out to those road partners, the owners of the private roads. And I know we've discussed the implications related to property identification and PIN numbers and plans of subdivision and all those things in terms of land registry issues. But I'm concerned there may be other things out there we're not aware of. Use agreements, maintenance agreements, some of which may require legal agreements or legal contracts to be changed or updated. You know, we think of all the private roads around the lake, McCormick's Point, you name it, there's who knows what's out there in terms of agreements that enable someone to use a road, access a road, or require them to maintain a road, and it's done by road name. So in the absence of having reached out to these people, the private road owners, I think we should include something in here that a separate cost recovery center for the owners of private roads, whether that's condominium corporations or non-condominium corporations, that sort of a blanket that if there's any agreements or any other costs associated with the name change of the name, that they can recover those as well. Otherwise, I think we'd have to survey them all and find out what kind of documentation does exist out there, so that they're not left out of pocket when we make these changes. So those would be my comments. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna have to ask staff. I don't know if they can answer this, but what's the difference between the costs recovery that you've put into place already and what Councillor Bulmer is discussing right now? I'm not quite understanding it.
Can I explain what my concern is with that?
Sure.
Right now, it's capped at $500 per business or $200 per resident. But I don't know if the owner of a private road would be considered a business, and I don't know if $500 is sufficient. They may have costs over and above that $500 for having lawyers redraft contracts and things that aren't anticipated in what generated that $500 limit, and are separate and are distinct to them, that other businesses on those roads would not incur.
Staff, are you understanding that? So it's to reach out to the private roads or to discover if there's any agreements in place with private road owners, and if there would be a cost associated with changing those designations. Is that where you're going with this, Councillor Bulmer?
If I could, Mr. Chair, it's either or. Either we write a clause that anticipates there might be those costs unique to private road owners and build it into the policy, or ahead of time reach out and discover what those might be. Either way, just to anticipate that they may be there, and we don't know for sure if they are or they aren't. So I think for the expediency of time, it might be quicker just to put in a clause that identifies that they might have unique needs over and above a business or a private property owner, a resident, and just include a basket for that they can then be discovered if an application is made. I don't think we need to go out and discover them all now. I think we just need to have a process that allows those costs to be brought forward as part of the process.
I like that approach, where there's a clause, and then if we can, if an application, I'll let Glenn speak. It looks like he wants to chat. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, I would agree that whenever we develop any type of policy, you can't foresee any possible eventuality that might come into being. But given that this one has been identified that it could potentially, what I would suggest is the quickest way to do it is just simply add a clause that would say that if there's, other unanticipated costs associated with the private roads, that the municipality will deal with the owner of the road at that time. Just something along those lines, just very, very basic and high level. But I think what you have to do, you have to be cautious of too, is that you're not then opening the door to any other costs that might be associated with the cleaning, like road changing, like where's the line kind of thing, right? So if that's why I'm kind of suggesting that if we do it, that they have to provide some supporting information, and that we would review it at that time.
Yes, I agree, and it's specific to the owners, and which there
Yep.
aren't that many, but they are a special case, and they are our road ownership partners.
Right. Maybe one other comment I could offer to a previous one that you said, when could be construed as another clause that's often used in various types of legal agreements or sometimes court documents and things, is reasonably considered, right? What if we exchange that could be construed as reasonably considered, because that's a term often used in the courts as a reasonable person with this information would consider this, right?
Absolutely,
So
or reasonably understood.
Yes.
Which could be reasonably understood as.
Sure.
Absolutely, it provides some sort of ability to put some circles around that.
Yep.
Thank you so much. That's an excellent suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Goyda?
Thank you. I just want to, start out by saying that I am very appreciative of all the hard work and a lot of careful consideration that has been put into this version of the draft, both by staff and by council. I did have a question, perhaps on Councillor Bulmer's point, into the unanticipated costs for the owner of a private road. I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around what those unanticipated costs would be, because the physical location of the road wouldn't be changing, and the name of the owner wouldn't be changing, or the condo wouldn't be changing. So what kind of agreements would have significant costs in terms of simply the street name changing? I'm trying to anticipate. Yeah.
Just hang on 1 second. Mr. Schwindiger's having internet issues and he's not hearing most of this discussion. So I don't know.
Oh, I can get it. That's fine. Thanks.
You go. Oh, I thought
Yeah, I
you
got
had
it.
internet.
No,
You got
that's
it?
fine.
Okay. Or maybe it was Courtney. Sorry. I think Courtney's missing it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I apologize. I've missed most of this. I've heard little blips here and there, but my internet is just very poor today.
So Ms. White Fox, I'd ask you then, yeah, you can turn your video off. It is recording, so I guess you'll have to, I don't know, Glenn, how do you want to go forward? I mean, she could review this component, the part she's missed afterwards, or do you want me to go back to Councillor Balmer? And
No, I think we can continue after she turns off her video. That should be good. Maybe Councillor Balmer, if you want to respond to Councillor Goyder's question to clarify what your point was.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my concern is that if we look around, perhaps not as much in the condominium setups, but in the around the lake especially, we have a number of private roads, various forms of ownership. We have private roads on public land. We have private roads on private land. We have a variety of different things. And each of those may have different use and access agreements for the residents on those roads with the various owners and owner types. And I can imagine that some of them may reference the PIN for the land that's underlying the road, but some may reference the road itself. And in changing the name of the road, could then end up changing that. Then the language in the agreements would no longer be valid. So those agreements would all have to be rewritten and new contracts written up and signed. And there may be a cost just to have a lawyer write those up. It could be $500, could be $1,000. I know when I've had agreements drawn up by a lawyer, it could be $1,200 just to have a simple agreement drawn up. And those are the sorts of things I'm talking about. Not that they exist everywhere, but we don't know where they exist or where they don't exist. So if they did come up during the process, we could discover those. We could ask the landowner to provide those, or the road owner to provide those, and proof that they're referencing the road and not the PIN number, as the CAO suggested. So it wouldn't be a blanket amount; it would be fixed on proof.
Is there a specific section, Councillor Balmer, that refers to this that we could focus on?
Well, it speaks to the costs that are assigned to a resident on the road, a business on the road, and I'm just thinking for a similar clause. And sorry, I can't remember the number, where it also could mention the road, the actual private road owner themselves, or corporation that owns the road. Even things like, if I were to go back to Councillor Goyder's point, if it was a plan of condominium and they had signs in there that listed all the roads, and then all of a sudden, we change it and they have a billboard, a map of the property that has the roads all listed on it, all of a sudden they'd have to get a new one of those made because we changed the name of one road in a condominium. That would be a cost borne by the condominium association that I think they would be entitled to have some compensation for. And that's what I'm talking about. Does that make sense, Mr. CAO?
It does. I'm just trying to see where in the document it would make sense to incorporate a simple statement that could achieve that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know the clause number. But wherever it talks about the cost, the 50% of the cost, there's a number of places where it talks about those things.
Ms. White Fox, do you recall offhand or recognize a spot where we could put in something to clarify that?
Sorry, I'm just so I understand, it's a provision relating to additional costs that a private street owner may incur through like the land registry, or is it not specific to land registry? It could be any type of cost in updating their street name.
Yeah, any cost. It's just, it'd be a special clause specific to the owners of private roads, whether it's a condominium corporation or non-corporation. And their costs, any costs that they run into related to the changing of the name. And the examples I gave were, you know, access agreements, use agreements, maintenance agreements, those sorts of things. And it could be, we don't know what they all are since we haven't asked them. And I just want to make sure we have a blanket statement that those can come forward as part of the process.
Yes, makes sense. So that could be incorporated into table 3, which is the fee table for applications made to rename a street that does not comply with the naming standards. And I think if that provision was added, we would need some direction as to who is paying those additional costs. Is it going to be borne by the requester, or is it going to be borne by the township?
If I could, Mr. Chair, I was just thinking it would be the same split as the other cost. It would just be another cost to be calculated, you know, when you're calculating up front what the security is going to be. This is just another piece that's put in that basket.
Okay. All right. Councillor Goyde, I think it was your turn. He was answering your question.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Ballmer. I do understand what you're saying now, and I can appreciate that there could be some things. I think it's important to try and anticipate as many different scenarios and how they will be affected by the bylaw or the policy that's being proposed. I do think that we've done an excellent job of trying to incorporate that as much as possible. And I agree in incorporating those comments that have been addressed today. But I do think at some point we can continue to deliberate on scenarios and the what if this and the what if that for an eternity. But I do think that overall speaking, this version of the policy, it really does provide a good framework to address a variety of possible situations, but it's still clear and it's straightforward about the process and how it will be applied. And there is a test that's been incorporated into that. So I guess I'm just eager to get this into place, and I'm hoping that these comments can be incorporated fairly easily and that we can get this in place as soon as possible. Those are my comments.
Councillor Spools?
So I echo Councillor Goyde's concerns. We've been around the horn 3 times now, and I think it's time to let's wrap it up and move forward. So I'm going to make the motion that staff come back to the next council meeting with a final version to be approved by council, and interim staff work with Councillor Ballmer to achieve the necessary wording that would satisfy his concerns.
Can I get a seconder for that, please?
I will second.
Before we send staff away, are you comfortable with the component of it being an additional cost calculated if there happens to be, you know, these private agreements on the private roads? You know, in my mind, I'm thinking maybe they have a legal document drafted up for access to the water across their private road, and it references the road. So they have to get that redrawn up. So that'll be an additional cost. I mean,
yes, I'm happy with that, Mr. Mayor, and Council Ballmer, as our comment was, will be in accordance with the split that's reflected in the policy for the standard stuff. In other words, it's 50-50 if it's this type of road condition, it's 100% if it's this type of road renaming.
I made Ms. Hoyt Fox nervous. She has her hand up. Ms. Hoyt Fox?
Thank you, sorry. So I do just have a clarification question statement. So the way the policy is written now is that in order to give the requester an idea of how much they would actually be looking at paying, and I know this came out of the first draft that council saw, council wanted to see, the fee structure laid out as a flat fee to give that individual a good idea of what the costs are going to be. So I think that the way this provision about additional costs that may be borne due to, unforeseen things with agreements and legal matters being looped into the flat fee of securities that's collected, we are not going to know what that is at that point where we're telling the individual what their fees are going to be, because we will not initiated any discussions with the private landowner at that time, because those are supposed to happen before. So I think there's just a little bit of an issue in terms of timing, and also.
Uh-oh,
Oops.
Losing you.
lost you after timing.
Sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
I just think there's a bit of a, I don't think we're going to be able to provide that requester with a good idea of what that fee is going to be at that time, because we won't have been able to contact the, engaged with the private road owner at that point, because we haven't initiated any sort of notification or anything.
May I speak to
Mr.
that,
CAO?
Mr. Chair?
Hold on, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, I would agree completely with Ms. White Fox. So maybe what we could do, and even if we wouldn't start to initiate that process, that could take weeks or months to get all that information put together. My concern would be that, just trying to look at what would the potential cost be, then this might be used as an opportunity to have agreements put in place where there aren't any and have the township pay for half of them, right? So I think when we're referencing things like this, like agreements or service plans or something that are in place, it should be existing documentation. We should have a reference to that. But then to address the concern Ms. White Fox just explained, what if we just set an upset limit at this point, like up to say $500, or you pick $1,000, whatever you want to do, pick a number, and they can put that towards what these costs may be. Because otherwise we could be weeks or months trying to find out what they are, and this process would continue to drag on. So perhaps that's what we could incorporate when you bring this forward, is we'll reference that they have to be existing agreements or plans that are in place at the time of application or something like that. And there would be an upset limit of X.
Can we not just mold it? Essentially, what I think Councillor Bulmer is after is basically a heads up to somebody that apply, or there's an application. So we don't have to give them a quote as to what those costs will be. We just have to say to them, you could be responsible for 50% of the costs of, or whatever it is in the bylaw for this scenario as well. And if it's zero, it's zero. It's fine. And if an upset limit, I mean, I don't know how much it would cost. Depending, every scenario would be different. So I'd be comfortable leaving it a little bit vague, and then I guess we'd be responsible for trying to collect that from the applicant if it were to become an issue. I don't know. Is that a possibility? It's basically just a heads up that this could be a cost, but really the security you recover is just as you have it laid out right now. Mr. CAO? I don't know if you guys can hear me.
I guess, yeah, we could do it that way. It's just our understanding was you wanted to give the applicants an idea of, if they pursue this is what it's going to cost them. So this would be an unknown cost to them. That's why I was trying to just put an upset limit of $500 or whatever you want to pick.
I don't know. Councillor Bulmer, or where are we at here?
We have a motion on the floor to just.
Yeah, that's right. For the final draft, but I want to send the staff away with their marching orders with clarity. So we need to figure out if there's an upset limit to that, Councillor Bulmer. I don't know how many scenarios it could cost.
I support your suggestion that it's an awareness statement put in there that this could include, and they're agreeing up front that they would pay 50% of those costs, these other costs, as they're discovered through the process. But
then, then staff would require from the private landowner the documents, as Mr. CAO mention that were in place already and proof of the costs, and then assign a number to it. That's what are your thoughts on that, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah,
Sheila.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have another question that's come up, but I think I'm comfortable with that. Not putting
Okay.
a ceiling, but just giving a heads up. I think sounds reasonable.
Just hang on to your question for a moment.
Yeah.
Councillor Goida?
I think we're really muddying the waters. I think that we collectively as a council agreed to have a flat fee structure so that the applicant would have a clear expectation as to what the cost would be. So if anything, I would agree with the upset limit, but I don't think we can just leave, it to be completely open to interpretation, because it's too much of a risk for the applicant. They have no idea what they're getting into at that stage in the game.
Councillor Spoulos?
I agree with Councillor Gordon. An upset limit to me would work the best. That way, it's all known, it's upfront, and away we go.
Right, Ms. Whitefox, you had your hand up.
Sorry, I may have missed some of this discussion when my internet was down there, but I know that in a previous draft, it was written as reasonable costs. And the question to staff was what constitutes reasonable costs. And so I think from a staff perspective, we may be back in that same situation where we're presented with documentation and costs to be collected or recouped from the applicant, and staff are left trying to determine what's reasonable. And so I think just a statement that that's where we began, I think, with the first draft and moved towards the flat fee structure.
Okay. So what's the resolution we have on the floor at this moment? That John proposed? He moved it. I forget who seconded it.
Councillor Gordon.
So I believe it's to incorporate council's comments into the next draft and to bring this forward for adoption at the next scheduled meeting.
All right, so we have two that don't.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, and I had and also that staff work with Council Bowman to ensure the wording is to his satisfaction. In other words, we don't want to keep going around the circle. In other words,
Yeah.
or even all council. Because I think we should finalize it and move on with it. Otherwise, we're going to be at this for the next 5 months.
That's why I want to hash out this topic right now, because if Councillor Ballmer, works with staff and then.
I don't want to do that.
Right, so.
Okay, fine, I'll withdraw that friendly amendment, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. I was going to take it out anyway, because it should be just to respond to council's concerns today. I think staff has been given sufficient direction to move ahead on that. I don't think we need to beat this to death today. I think they know where we stand, and I think we've all heard that there is significant interest around the table we've all had our kicks to can. I've had my last pick at the carcass, and I think we're gonna have to just leave it to staff to come up with something that we're gonna, unless it's horrifically bad next time. I think we've heard loud and clear that we're done, and the next draft is the final draft. So
all in favor, Councillor Bailey? Oh, she had a question.
I have a question.
Sorry.
Well, it just, Councillor Ballmer did bring something to light for me, is the idea of reaching out to corporations or owners of private roads. Have we received their input on this draft or any of the drafts leading up to it, so that there aren't any surprises or issues later? Has there been a direct outreach to them?
Mr. CAO.
Sure, I'll try and answer that question. So no, we have not undertaking that process to, first of all, determine legally who is the owner of every private section of road within the municipality would be an extensive undertaking. That would add considerable time and cost to the process. What I would suggest is, as council is aware, throughout this process, if someone wants to go ahead with this, and makes an application to change a name, there are multiple mechanisms built into the policy for public consultation, for input from people who live on that road or who have ownership of that road, and then they have an opportunity to comment at that time and bring information and concerns to council. So if they say that, hey, I have to change this, contract, or I have to have this expense now because of that, that's something that could be considered at that time. There's still full public process as it's underway. That'd be my response to that question, because like we said before, we can't reasonably anticipate any possible thing. And if we go through the consultations now, is we could get multiple hypotheticals, what if it would, and then the whole process is stalled. My respectful suggestion is kind of like some members of council said, put this in place, and then we still have fail safes built in. So if special conditions or concerns come up, we can address them at the time.
Sure. I guess I was just thinking of more, anticipating some of the common concerns instead of reacting to it down the road. But fair enough. Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
I am in favor. Yes.
Councillor Ballmer,
Just could I have the amended thing reread just to make sure my name's not in it?
Yes. So it's to receive the municipal street naming policy third draft, and that council directs staff to incorporate council's comments into the next draft of the policy and bring this forward to council for adoption at the next regular meeting.
Thank you. I'm in favor.
Councillor Goida.
Thank you. I'm in favor.
I'm in
Schools.
favor as well.
That's carried. All right. Our next one is 9.3.5, and it's Ms. White Fox. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, Ms. White Fox internet is acting up maybe.
Oh, yes, sorry, I missed the intro, Mr. Mayor, but yes, this report is regarding the Joint Compliance Audit Committee for the 2022-2026 council term. This is a legislative requirement to have in place. There's a timeline, I believe, of December of this year, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is great. And this is a joint committee composed of the member municipalities in the county. So the 4 individuals that are noted within the report served on the committee for the 2018 to 2022 term, and they have all accepted the request to serve again. And so this bylaw and the 2 bylaws will be going to the member municipality councils within the month of June for adoption as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sure. Any questions from council on this one? Ms. White Fox, can you read that resolution, please?
That report ADM 2022-036 entitled Joint Compliance Audit Committee be received, and the council approve the terms of reference for a joint compliance audit committee with the Wellington County municipalities attached to Schedule A for the 2022 to 2026 term of council. And the council give 3 readings to bylaw 2022-024, being a bylaw to establish a joint compliance audit committee for the 2022 to 2026 term. And the council give 3 readings to bylaw 2022-025, being a bylaw to appoint members to the joint compliance audit committee for the 2022 to 2026 term of council.
Thank you. Mover, please.
I'll move.
Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spols.
In favor.
All right. Next one, 9.3.6, Mr. Schwendinger.
Sure, thank you. As outlined in the report, provincial legislation has indicated that employers with over 25 employees need to have this policy in place. So we've crafted this to ensure we comply with that legislation, and all the wording is based on and very much mirrors the comparable policies that have been putting in place by our partner municipalities around the area too. So pretty straightforward. Any specific questions, I'll do my best to answer them for you.
Questions from council?
I just,
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
sorry, I just had a question. Is when an employee is disconnected, is there some sort of notification that either the public or council will know if they're trying to get a hold of them?
Well, I believe the intent of this is if it's after hours, right? So it's not as the extent that we're going to take this policy is not like some jurisdictions have been doing, is that they actually physically disable the person's device, you know, between certain times of day. That's not the intent at all. So the intent, and I'll just, you know, I'll use Public Works for example. Their phone isn't going to be disconnected at the end of the business day. It's still going to be there for the event of emergency. A tree's come down across the road or something like that. So they'll still be available and would respond to things like that are true emergencies. But if it's something that isn't an emergency, then that's what the definitions are put in there for, is so that people are aware that that's not what they're going to be responding to.
Gotcha.
Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are we permitted to, like, say you go on holidays, Glenn, and you know, or your employees go on holidays, are you permitted to tell council? Like sometimes I'll email, you know, maybe Mike, and I don't realize he's on vacation, and you know, the staff probably feel obligated to respond. Are you permitted to notify us when people are, you know, not working regular business hours?
Yeah, and I believe that has been the general practice in the last while, is when someone is going to be away, I do send an email heads up to members of council so that they know.
Okay, well, I appreciate that because I work shift work, so I don't always recognize it's a holiday or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from council? All right, Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution, please?
Report ADM 2022-037 entitled Right to Disconnect from Work Policy be received, and that council adopts the right to disconnect from work policy as presented.
Okay, gonna move for that, please. Councillor Squilla, seconded by
I'll second.
Councillor Balmer. All in favor? Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right, I think we're on 9.37. This is Ms. Whitefox.
Yes, I'm going to keep my video off because I am still struggling a little bit. So this is a report on Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act 2022. Staff worked with the County of Wellington as well as the Township Solicitor in preparing this report and the attachments to it. Also attached to it is AMO's comments as well. So this is legislation that's coming into place with specific timelines, one of which is July 1st, 2022 to amend site plan control bylaw. And that is to specificate authority pursuant to section 41 of the Planning Act to an official of the township. So the bill aims to have that delegated authority given to an official.
We lost you after delegated authority.
That we don't fully understand yet. So we will be working with the county and our solicitor to get a better understanding of what some of these changes will mean for Puss Lynch in our internal processes and procedures. And we will be reporting on that shortly as we get that information. But what we're aiming to have passed today to meet the July 1st deadline is the amendments to the site plan control bylaw. And so what this means for Puss Lynch is a repeal and replace, which has been included in the report that's presented. Some of these changes are housekeeping, such as just revising sections to align with the Planning Act, as some of the sections of the Planning Act have changed numbers and that sort of thing, and then just to align with the provisions to delegate that authority. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Courtney. You did cut out momentarily, but I believe we got most of it. So I'll see what council, how they feel. Councillor Bailey?
I just had a general question, just how, if any, how this might impact our staff resources.
So just in terms of, could you give me an example?
Time.
Sorry.
Yeah, just in terms of whether there's extra training or time or cost, or if there's any impact to that with such a small staff.
I think we need to look into, sorry if I'm cutting you off.
Nope.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. So I think that we need to look into this a little bit more as the changes roll out. There's definitely going to need to be process changes internally that will require some staff time and training to figure out what those look like. So there's just a lot of unknowns right now with how the process for not just site plan, but for amendment applications, what that will look like. So we don't have the answers to that yet, but we do anticipate that training would be required and our processes to be updated.
Sarah, another one?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot to digest here, but I must admit one of the things that I just somewhat disappointed about is the piece regarding site plan control, because I thought we had a reasonable balance here where the basic run-of-the-mill applications managed by staff, but I can tell you in the past, we were able to move through the rezoning process sometimes more quickly because we could separate the issues that were related to the zoning from the issues that related to site plan control, and help people understand that some of their issues regarding a new land use proposed next to them could be addressed down the road through the process before council, the public process of site plan control. But now that that's no longer going to be a public process, I could see that people will be more reluctant to sign off on their concerns at a rezoning stage. So I think that's one thing. I'm not sure it's going to speed things up necessarily, but I don't think it'll help engender trust in the process, because there are some times it can move through quickly. There's no major issues, but there are times when I think the public wants to have a chance to make sure that their concerns that were raised as part of the zoning process are actually reflected in the site plan documents. So anyhow, thank you.
Councillor Goyda?
Thank you. I don't really have any question about the revision that is being put before us today, but I do have a question or maybe a concern in regards to the 60-day timeline, and specifically the part in the report that says the province has confirmed that the 60-day timeline clock does not stop when a municipality is waiting for a resubmission. And so I'm just trying to kind of anticipate how that might play out. I mean, in theory, anyone could submit a planning application and check off all the boxes of the requirements for the submission, but that doesn't mean that the content of the information in the application is complete, just that it has been submitted and possibly paid. And I'm just wondering, as part of the review with the county and the solicitor, if through that process, there's a way to clarify when an application is deemed to be complete. Is it simply when it's paid and all those boxes are checked off, or is there some kind of assessment first to see if the information contained within the application is complete for the application to be considered complete?
Ms. Whitefox, did you want to respond to that, or?
Yep, I can certainly. I staff fully have the same concerns, particularly in that we use outside consultants for the majority of our review. So we certainly have those concerns. We have been using a process to date that looks a lot like what you've suggested, Councillor Goyda, in that we do confirm submissions are of a good quality and are meeting what we're looking for prior to deeming it complete. So that's the process we're currently using, and we would like to get some feedback from our solicitor if we can continue with that based on the legislative changes. So it's on our list to ask.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Councillor Spoulos?
Yeah, I really don't have any questions. It's the hand that we're dealt. We have to play it as best we can and take into consideration what we are concerned about and see if there's a way around it.
Right. I like the direction Ms. Whitefox just mentioned. Maybe we take a little bit more scrutiny on the applications to make sure they're complete, because once we hand it back, if they delay resubmitting, then the clock is still ticking. Is that essentially what you're talking about, Ms. Whitefox?
Yes, and further to that, part of the legislative changes that they are requiring include a mandatory pre-consultation in which municipalities are requested, or not requested, they're legislated to pass a bylaw making this mandatory. So staff have been discussing in detail about what our pre-consultation process can look like. And if it can be a more robust process than what it is now, to get a lot of that review done up front prior to having a submission. So I think we're just looking at different options like that to see how it could best work for us so that we're not in a bad spot having to refund money or potentially get an appeal for not meeting the timeline.
Okay. Any further questions? All right, Ms. Whitefox, you have the resolution.
That report ADM 2022-038 entitled Bill 109 More Homes for Everyone Act 2022 be received. And the council give 3 readings to bylaw 2022-026, being a bylaw to establish a site plan control area, to define classes of development, and to delegate council authority pursuant to section 41 of the Planning Act as amended, and to repeal bylaw 2019-029.
Get a mover for that, please. Councillor Swillis, seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Bailey, all in favor. Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Swillis.
In favor.
All right, next one is 9.3.8. Mr. Schwendiger.
Yeah, okay. So as council is aware, there's been some concerns and incidents with regards to some fires along the railway this year. We received some communications that we were asked to have on this agenda to address some of the issues that were raised. And Guelph GJR has provided a response to those comments, which was included in the report that, or included in the agenda here, sorry. Staff continues to work with Guelph and GJR. Our fire chief has reviewed the document that you've seen, and he said he's satisfied that they've addressed the concerns that he had or questions that he had. And I can also share with you that he and I have a meeting scheduled with Guelph GJR later this week to go through some of the very specific operational details with regards to fire protection along this corridor to just get on the same page with regards to some of the specifics and the concerns and the way that they can be addressed operationally. So all in all, we're pleased and we're satisfied with the responses and the cooperation to date. And we continue to have very good open dialogue with them and discussions with them when any concerns come up. And we still have our regularly scheduled meetings with them on an ongoing basis to discuss any other issues that come up as well.
All right, any questions from council? I'll go around. Councillor Bailey.
None from me, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schwindinger, for all the work you've put into this. I was pleased, generally overall pleased to see the detail and the responses here, but I must admit there were a few points that came up that I was a little surprised at and maybe even shocked. This railway tie issue, we raised this with them a while ago and it seemed like they had it all under control. But now it seems they're talking about legacy ties as well, as if, well, there's CP legacy ties, and it's written in sort of suggests that they only just recently took over from CP, so they're struggling to catch up with that. But I think it's important to everyone understand that the city of Guelph has been the sole shareholder of the Guelph Junction Railway since 1910. And the lease with CP ended in 1998. So that's a long time to clean up those legacy ties. And I'm disappointed that it took pressure from us and maybe these incidents and pressure from our own residents to get them to deal with those legacy ties. It's a much bigger problem than I thought it was from what they led us to believe last year. The other piece is I was a little concerned when I read the statement that they felt that the maintenance program was effective, but took some comfort later on when I saw that they were going to be revisiting those policies and schedules. Because I think if I were to ask any of the neighbors up and down the line, if they felt that those maintenance programs had been effective in preventing fires this year, I think they'd certainly say they were not. Because there were fires, there's fire, the residents are aware of fires that aren't on that list as well, that fortunately put themselves out before anyone had to call 911 or were put out by the neighbors. So, I'm glad they acknowledge there needs to be some improvements there. And the last one was the communications piece. I was just stunned to read that they're relying on cell phones in a rural area for emergency communications with their engines up and down the tracks. Anybody who's on, let's just say, I won't use a name, but some networks are better than others out here, and none are perfect. So I was surprised that they were still relying on spotty cell phone service to communicate with their engines. So I'm glad to see a lot of those things are being addressed, and I'm hoping that you continue to have success with those meetings with the City of Guelph. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Goida?
Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you. It's interesting. I've lived close to the train tracks in Arkell for the greater part of my life, and I honestly can't remember ever being made of a fire along the tracks until this year. And now it seems like they're happening all the time. But in regards to the fire incidents that have taken place over the past couple of months, I mean, I don't know a whole lot about trains, but I understand it was 2 different locomotives for 2 different reasons. And I appreciate the steps that are being taken by Guelph Junction Railway to remove those locomotives from service and inspect them and repair them, as well as the many other steps that are being implemented to hopefully reduce the risk of future fires, like the fire patrols and the reduced speeds and cutting vegetation, all those things. I can also appreciate that Guelph Junction Railway is not regulated by the Township of Puslynch, but regardless, they have been willing to work with township staff in a positive way. And that has improved and addressed concerns over the past few years as they have come up. The one thing, though, that I'm still very uneasy about, as Councillor Bulmer has also touched on, is those old railway ties, especially in between Stone Road and Carter Road. When I walked that section of the track not too long ago, Councillor Sapoulis was kind enough to invite me to walk that with him. I was actually really quite surprised, taken by surprise, to see not only how high and how long those ties were stacked, but also how close they actually were to the residents that back onto those tracks. For me, that was pretty eye-opening. And when I saw firsthand how close that fire had actually come to that pile of ties, and the thought of what may have happened to those nearby houses had those ties actually ignited, I realized that that was a justified and significant concern to those residents living along the tracks on Carter Road. I don't disagree with the measures that are being taken to reduce the risk of future fires, but it's still not a guarantee that a fire couldn't still happen. And as long as that giant pile of ties remains, so does the worry to those residents. And I think that's a pretty heavy burden for them to carry. For most of them, it's not something that they bought a house knowing those ties were there. They have clearly been accumulating over many years. So I know Guelph Junction Railway has mentioned in their report that they hope to be at Stone Road in 2023 to collect and dispose of those ties. But in an effort to put some emphasis and some reassurance to those residents, I would like to make a motion that be formally requested. And I have prepared one, but I don't know if you'd like me to do that now, or if you'd like to continue to go around the circle, Mayor Sealy.
I would just like to give Councillor Sapoulis a chance to speak, and then I'll come back to you.
Sure, thank you.
From Councillor Sapoulis.
Yes, I would support putting a priority on ties in the vicinity of Carter Road. That is not right to have two different locomotives starting a fire in that particular area. It sort of says there's something wrong with that particular area. And if that tie pile ignited, you would have seen a lot of issues there. From the water seeping into the ground, contaminating the aquifer, from the smoke that's toxic being emitted, forcing the people out of the homes. It's not right. As far as I'm concerned, there's a credibility problem here with the Guelph Junction Railway. I've been around Puslinch. I haven't lived beside the tracks. Councillor Gorda relates that she hasn't recalled any fires that significant at short a time. One of the other residents I spoke to, he likewise has been there over 30 years, and he backs right onto the trainway. He doesn't recall that either. So I'll ask Councillor Bowman, do you recall this level of fires along the track?
For you, Mr. Chair, there was 1 year, and I can't recall which year it was. It was probably between 2000 2010. It was we had a very bad incident where a piece of steel had gotten caught under the train, and it sparked all the way from pretty much from Guelph all the way, and it lit fires all the way down to from Guelph to Maltby Road, and a set of railway ties, a pile similar to what you're talking about north of Maltby Road, became part of that grass fire. And I think our fire department was there for 3 or 4 days, just trying to make sure it got out, because once it gets into those ties, it's there for a long time. So it's been a long time, but it has happened before, but not this many times. It was one incident of multiple fires on the same day.
So my concern is we have to get the ignition, the ignitable material out of the right of way as soon as possible. And the priority to me is anywhere where there's residences living nearby, where they could be affected by the ignition of these piles of ties. The second point Councillor Boomer made was this is a Mickey Mouse operation if you rely on cell phones in a rural area. This is not right. I don't know what CN did. I'd be surprised if they had cell phones. And obviously the cell phones weren't around at the turn of the century. But to rely on cell phones for emergency purposes is not right. I think that's another issue that we should be stressing to them. They should do something about improving the communications. To have a resident stop a train to say, hey, you're causing a fire is not right. To have residents go out in the right of way, putting out fires on their own is not right. Who's liable for that? Something happens to a resident, who's liable? It's not right. It simply is not right. So those are my comments. I'll wait to see what Councillor Goyda says. I'm very disappointed with the entire situation.
Okay, Councillor Goyda.
Thank you. So my motion is, whereas the City of Guelph and Guelph Junction Railway has shown commitment to the cleanup and removal of rail ties along the rail line and has indicated it will place an emphasis on removing remaining rail ties within the township of Puslinch, and whereas there is significant concern with recent fires along the rail line in Puslinch where stockpiles of rail ties are located. Therefore, Puslinch Council continues to encourage the City of Guelph and Guelph Junction Railway to make it a priority to remove the stockpiled rail ties as soon as possible. And further, that Puslinch Council requests that the City of Guelph and Guelph Junction Railway relocate water containers where possible closer to the large stockpile of ties located near Carter Road to be utilized by the fire department in the event of a fire in that location. That's where it ends.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Rockwood has a all-terrain vehicle. It's a 4-seater with it's not a large water tank, for grass fires, and so does the city of Guelph. Now, I don't know if it needs to be included in the resolution, but it would be a nice gesture by the city of Guelph that owns GJR, that if our fire department is responding to a grass fire caused by the train, that they provide their all-terrain vehicle to assist our firefighters in putting out the fire. So I don't know if I want to leave that maybe just with Glenn to discuss with them next week, as well as I believe we have some agreements in place for tankers from Rockwood for, I'm forgetting now, it's maybe house fires, they automatically come. Wonder if we could also ask Guelph or Rockwood to provide that, their ATV as well, if we get a grass fire if needed. But I would hope that maybe Guelph would be the primary one, since their train's starting the fires, and then if you know, if it's a large one, we could request Rockwood, but I don't believe it has to be in the motion. The other thing I want to mention is there is another large stockpile of railway ties. It's located in the soon-to-be designated hamlet of Puslinch along the CP line. If we're going to be requesting the ones be removed off of GJR, I would ask that maybe staff engage CP to get an update on when those would be removed, and I would hope council would take that into as a similar consideration, that they be removed as soon as possible. So again, I don't know if we need that in a motion right now. I saw Glenn writing that down, so maybe Glenn, you could just come back with the report or with us. It's a pretty substantial pile there down in Puslinch. So those are my comments, and it was moved and seconded, correct? So I'll go around the table. Councillor Bailey.
Well, thank you, Councillor Goyda, for that motion. I think that sounds very reasonable, and I would hope that it would get some action a lot sooner than their mention of the commitment. So I appreciate you drafting that up, and I'm in support of it.
Okay. Councillor Ballmer.
Thank you. Yes, I'm glad to put some extra attention on this, because since we first had our discussion about this with the city of Guelph, I've had other residents speak to me about the concerns of railway ties being disposed of in wetlands and along the tracks as well. And I don't go to double check it to see if that they're still there, and I don't know if they've been cleaned up since we've had those discussions. But you know, our residents are seeing things that they're not comfortable with, whether from an environmental perspective or from a fire safety perspective. And the sooner we get these railway ties cleaned up, the better it'll be for everybody. So thank you.
Councillor Goyda.
I'm good.
Just going around. Councillor Spoulos.
Yes, Councillor Goyda, can you just read the clause on the timing that you're suggesting for the removal of these ties along Carter Road?
There isn't a specific time. It says Puslinch Council continues to encourage the city of Guelph and Guelph Junction Railway to make it a priority to remove the stockpiled rail ties as soon as possible. I would be open to putting a date to it. I just wasn't sure if that was a realistic addition.
Okay, I'd like to suggest that we ask it be done at all possible this year, or at the latest early next year.
It's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Who seconded it? I think you did it, Councillor Spoulos, right?
Oh, Councillor Bowman seconded it.
You comfortable with that? Asking for in 2022 or the first quarter of 23?
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Any discussion on that? Councillor Bailey, comfortable with that amendment?
Comfortable with it? Yep.
All right. Okay. Any further comments on this? Mr. CAO, do you need any further clarification or?
No, that's good. Maybe what I just suggest is we also receive the information formally as well. That could be a separate resolution, and then Councillor Goyda's resolution separate to that. Up to you.
Yeah, what's better, to receive it first, then have her motion?
I would suggest that, yeah.
It was already on the table. The receive it was already on the table.
Yeah, so we'll vote on receiving. So Ms. Whitefox, we're going to vote on receiving the report for information. All in favor? Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, in favor.
Councillor Ballmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Ms. Hoy Fox, I did get a mover and a seconder for that report, did I?
And I apologize, the way I had it was within one resolution and I had Councillor Goida moving and Councillor Balmer seconding, but I realized that is for Councillor Goida's motion. So if we could get a separate mover and seconder to receive it.
All right, Councillor Spoulos and Councillor Bailey, you good?
Sure, yes,
Do we need to revote?
no.
No? Okay, now on to Councillor Goida's recommendation. And all in favor for hers. Councillor Bailey,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Spool or Goida, got that messed up,
In favor.
and Councillor Spools.
In favor.
All right. Next one, 9.4.1. Oh, Ms. Banks. A report from Lynn.
Mr. Chair, I'm just moving Lynn over now.
Here you are. Oh, you're muted. I can see you laughing, but you're muted.
There we
There we
go.
go. Hey,
Hi, how's everybody?
doing wonderful. How are you?
So I'm very well, thanks. This report is before you today as a result of a condition of approval for a minor variance application that the Committee of Adjustment approved last year. The owner was required to enter into site plan approval as one of the conditions. And the other condition was that the application, the final approval would go before council for approval prior to registration of the site plan agreement. At the meeting, the Committee of Adjustment heard several neighbors voice their complaints regarding most specifically dog waste and the noise from the dogs. As part of the site plan application, the owner did submit a noise study, which was sent off to be peer reviewed by one of the township's consultants. They are satisfied with the noise study and the measures that will be introduced when the owner expands the training facility. The other thing was the owner was required to provide a waste management plan, which he has done. The township consultants and staff are all satisfied with what was submitted, and we're ready to move forward with council approval so that we can proceed with registration of the agreement.
Excellent. All right, any questions? Councillor Bailey?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Ms. Banks. That's a lot of work done there. And I'm hoping that this will address the concerns of the neighbors, because I know this, these kind of operations, if they can be a problem, but don't have to be. So good work. Thank you.
Councillor Goida?
Thank you. I have no questions.
Councillor Spools?
I'm good, thank you.
Awesome. All right, can I have you read the resolution, please, Ms. White Fox?
That report PD 2022-002 entitled Site Plan Agreement for Christian Fuhrer and Hazar Othman for the property known municipally as 7272 Gore Road be received. And the council authorized the mayor and clerk to execute the signing of the site plan agreement.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Swills, seconded by Councillor Goida.
Yeah.
All in favor, Councillor Bailey,
In favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
Councillor Goida,
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right. I believe we have Mr. Denhout here today, Ms. White Fox.
No, Stan wasn't able to join us today.
Okay. So we have 10.1. I'll have you read the resolution then, please, Ms. White Fox.
The council received correspondence item 10.1 regarding the Dufferin Aggregates Aberfoyle Pit 2 2021 annual monitoring report and Hardin Environmental Services peer review for information.
Can I get a mover, please?
I'll move.
Spoulos, second by Councillor Bailey. All right, any questions or comments? Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. I think my question is similar to one of the ones that was submitted by council. It looks like Stan was requesting a site visit. And I guess I was just sort of curious on that process and how we can support it.
Mr. CAO?
defer to Ms. White Fox on this one. I believe she was dealing with Stan directly.
Sorry.
So we could assist, the council could assist by drafting a resolution, just requesting that the pit operator arrange that site visit with Hardin Environmental, and we could copy Hardin on that just to help facilitate and get that site visit going.
Okay. I don't know if any other council has prepped that, but
Okay, we'll find out. Councillor Bummer,
No questions.
Councillor Goida,
Yeah, I don't have any questions either.
Councillor Spillis.
Yes, we've been at this particular issue about a year ago. There was a resolution by council at that time that the report at that time be sent to the pit operator. And the comments received was that we haven't got any comments from the pit operator. So I'd like to move a motion that the Hardin's report be sent to the pit operator and copy the MNRF contact and for request for response that our hydrogeologist consultant be permitted on the site for an inspection.
Okay, that's a mover. I can get a seconder for that.
Yeah.
Councillor Goida. Councillor Spillis, do you remember Kevin Mitchell delegating to us usually end of November?
Sure, yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I have a pretty good working relationship with him. Can we make this motion so that if I can't facilitate through him, Mr. Denhout getting on site, that this be sent to NDMNRF and Dufferin? Pretty sure Kevin would accommodate us and make the arrangement. I just give him a call.
Sure, that can be done that way, but also I'd like to get a response to the report. We have an outstanding report from a year ago. This is another report on the same subject, and it seems like we're throwing things in the black hole. Nothing comes out.
Okay, I could definitely I'll bring that up with Mr. Mitchell as well and see what's going on. But I'm not against the motion. I feel that I could maybe get it accomplished.
So I can amend the motion that the mayor be requested to contact the pit operator representative and request a response to the report that our hydrogeologist prepared, and also request permission for our hydrogeologist to attend the inspect the site.
Okay, I'm good with that. Yeah, that's moved. Got a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Bailey. Okay. Any comments on that one? That motion, Councillor Bailey?
No further comments.
Okay. Councillor Ulmer?
Thank you. Yeah, I will admit I prefer the original wording, but I guess this new wording achieves the same end. But I share Councillor Sapoulis's concerns that they've been sitting on it for a while, and I'm glad we're going to keep it on the record, and the request needs to be on the record. Doing otherwise, it's hard to keep track of when it was asked, who was asked, and this is important enough that it's on the record. So I support it.
Councillor Goida?
Yep, I would support it.
And any further comments, Councillor Spillis?
Yes, I would like you to report back if you're unsuccessful so that we can go back to the original motion.
Yeah, might have an answer today for everyone. Okay, all in favor, Councillor Bailey?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Ulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goida?
In favor.
And Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
I guess we should have received that report first, eh, Ms. White Fox?
So I do have it within the same motion,
Okay.
just as an amendment to add that last bit.
All right. 10.2. I'll have you read that resolution, please, Ms. White Fox. Do you guys hear me?
Sorry, I was muted. Apologies. The council received correspondence item 10.2 regarding the Mill Creek Aggregate Pit 2021 Annual Monitoring Report and Hardin Environmental Services peer review.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Ballmer, second by Councillor Spillis. Any comments? Councillor Bailey?
Nope, none from me.
Councillor Ballmer?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some concerns. Mr. Denhoed touched on slightly in his report. He speaks about the declining trend in water levels in Pond 3 from 2014 to 2020 that all of a sudden, unexplained, sort of leveled off or stopped declining in 2021, despite the lack of recharge, as he calls it. And yet we did receive a report, one of the monthly monitoring reports from this operation. It was the monitoring report for last November. I think we received it in January, identified that the operator had initiated the passive movement of water from Pond 4 to Pond 3. But the annual monitoring report was silent on that fact, didn't address why it was done, how it was done, if it's a permanent change, if it's a temporary change, if it's so if they got a site plan amendment for it, should they have gotten a site plan amendment for it? All these things that are left unanswered. And I'm wondering if we could maybe send Mr. Denhoed a question and ask him if what he's seeing as a positive could be the result of this, passive movement of water that they initiated. For all I know, it was a backhoe digging a trench between the two ponds. We have no way of knowing. So if we could maybe ask him if that's maybe why we're seeing this leveling out of the water levels in Pond 3. And also, is this a change we're going to have to keep on top of in the future? I don't know what kind of change this is. Should there have been a site plan amendment? Was there a site plan amendment? Those kind of questions. So we can get a sense of what's going on there, because it's hard to assess the effectiveness of a particular site plan or monitoring or mitigation measure if they can be modified at any time without any assessment. So I'd be asking that I'd like to ask staff to send those kind of questions to Mr. Denhoed. Maybe if he could give us a response at their next meeting in writing.
Would it be better to, hopefully he'd have time to come in person?
I'll leave it up to staff. I'm comfortable either way. There may be a perfectly reasonable one-line answer to this question, but
we'll leave it up to staff. Hopefully he's available.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a mover, as an amendment to the motion that is to receive. And Ms. Whitefox, you captured what Ms. Councillor Ballmer mentioned there.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, and I get a seconder for that amendment to the motion, please. Councillor Spillis. All right, Councillor Bailey.
Sorry, question for the motion?
No, do you have any concerns or need any clarity on what Councillor Ballmer is?
No, I think it's great. I hadn't connected those two reports, so I think that's great to look into for sure.
Councillor Ballmer, that was his motion. So Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, I would support that for sure.
Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I support that. I'd like to suggest a friendly amendment. Our consultant is recommending that the MNRF should be consulted on efforts to control beaver activity in Mill Creek. Staff suggesting that the report be forwarded to the pit operator, highlighting this concern and copying the MNRF. So I'd like to put that as a friendly amendment to Councillor Ballmer's addition.
Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Ballmer?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
And you seconded it, didn't you, Councillor Spillis, or who seconded it? So then you're comfortable with your friendly amendment. All right, all in favor. Councillor Bailey?
I am in favor of that.
Councillor Ballmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
And Councillor Spillis?
In favor.
All right, that's carried. right. We are on to, I think we're on to council reports. Anything from councilors for council reports?
I think we're 10.3, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I was confusing that with the ARU update. I saw County of Wellington. Sorry about that. Knew we had jumped forward, but it wasn't to this one. All right. So who is speaking to this one, Ms. White Fox?
We don't have anyone from the county here to present today. So the report is on the agenda today for to be received as information.
All right. Can I get a mover for that, please?
I can move.
Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Goida. Any comments, Councillor Bailey?
No, no comments.
All right, Councillor Balmer.
No questions.
All right, Councillor Goida.
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Spoulos.
I'm good, thank you.
All right, all in favor. Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right. Now we're on to council reports. Anything from council? No,
I'd like-
I don't have.
Oh,
Go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
oh, well, actually, no, this is from the Safe Communities, the bike rodeo that happened. Is this appropriate?
Yeah, that's,
I'm falling asleep.
great spot.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to report that we had a fairly successful first bike rodeo. It was, to me, super exciting to see all the different community groups come together. We had Optimus, we had Post Lunch Fire, we had OPP, we had Elliott Bus Line. Sean Whaley was there for train safety. We had student volunteers. So the takeaway was just really a great way to bring all the groups together, especially post-COVID. We didn't have as many kids out as we were hoping. I think there was a lot going on that Saturday. It was the first day of the market and soccer, and but it was overall a very successful event. And I'd like to thank Jessica with Union Market for providing some ice cream cone coupons for us for the event, and hopefully we can just make it bigger and better next year.
Excellent. All right. Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution to receive that verbal update?
The council receives the council member updates for information.
Can mover, please? Councillor Goida, second by Councillor Spoulos. All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
And Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right. Bylaws, Ms. Whitefox.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-024 being a bylaw to establish the Joint Municipal Election Compliance Audit Committee. Bylaw 2022-025 being a bylaw to appoint members to the Joint Compliance Audit Committee. Bylaw 2022-026 being a bylaw to appoint a municipal law enforcement officer and property standards officer, Jacob Nomore, for the Corporation of the Township of Puslinch. And bylaw 2022-027 being a bylaw to establish a site plan control area to define classes of development and to delegate council authority pursuant to section 41 of the Planning Act as amended, and to repeal bylaw 2019-029.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
So move.
Councillor Balmer, second by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
All right. Closed session, Ms. Whitefox.
Yes, so I'll just, we have a couple attendees still left here, so maybe I'll just let them know if they disconnect themselves, then they'll be able to join back in the meeting, but if I remove you, you won't be able to.
That's good advice.
Got one person left.
Jeff, if you're paying attention, oh, there he goes.
I'll just lock the webinar, and I do have a motion to go into closed whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Council should go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of 13.1, a confidential report regarding a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board. And this is a line fence request. And item 13.2, confidential report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And this has to do with lake access.
All right, can I move for that, please?
I'll move.
Counselor Goida, second by Counselor Spillis, all in favor. Counselor Bailey, did we lose her? Oh, there she is. Never mind. Sorry. You're muted. I can see your mouse saying you're there. Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida,
In favor.
Counselor Spillis.
In favor.
All right, we will go into closed. Okay, Ms. Hoyfosh, you have some resolutions for us, please?
Council moves into open session at 4:06 PM.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
Move.
Counselor Spillis, second by Counselor Goida, all in favor. Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida,
In favor.
Counselor Spillis.
In favor.
Okay, next one, Ms. Hoyfox.
The council receives the confidential report regarding a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on behalf of the municipality or local board regarding a line fence request, and confidential verbal report regarding advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose regarding lake access, and that staff proceed as directed.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Counselor Goida, seconded by Counselor Bailey, all in favor. Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida,
In favor.
Counselor Spillis.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. Anything else, Ms. Whitefox? From you? No? Business arising from the closed session? Nothing. Notice of motion. Any new business?
Oh, I would just like to let everyone know that the stop signs are now in place at Hume Road, and they are working wonderfully. So just, it's only been a day and they're working, so.
Perfect. I took a drive the other day to see what they're up. I saw the notices, so like go through that area. Any other new business? Announcements? Confirmatory bylaw, Ms. Whitefox.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-028 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Puslynch at its meeting held on the 15th day of June 2022.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please?
Move.
Counselor Lewis, seconded by Counselor Bailey. All in favor? Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida,
In favor.
Counselor Spillis.
In favor.
All right, and adjournment, please.
The council hereby adjourns at 4:08 PM.
I'm gonna move for that, please. Counselor Balmer.
In favor.
I need a mover. And then a
Mover.
second, Counselor Bailey.
Yep.
And in favor, Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida,
In favor.
Counselor Spillis.
In favor.
Have a wonderful afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Chief.
Bye
Have
now.
a great Father's Day, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Happy Father's Day.
Father's Day.
Take care.